There's a ticker there that my time is going down.
I'll try and stick to your presentation.
No, it's okay. It's got to take time away from, it's conservation of time here. Or all time. Can you have my first set of slides? There we go. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. This is the too long talk. Okay. All right. No, that's the right one. Just to try to give you a little bit of an orientation, for many of you, this will be old news. Water systems, they're pretty complex here in California. All of these systems are driven by demands. I mean, if it wasn't for water demands, we wouldn't be paid to work on these water systems. So the demands are really important, and the supplies are really important, and water supply reliability is trying to match those things up. All of these systems can be sort of simplified tremendously to something as is depicted on the left, where you have urban and environmental and agricultural demands and a variety of different sources of water. Below that, you can't read it, is sort of a schematic that comes out of one of the Orange County reports showing essentially that. And then, of course, this is a highly simplified version of this for the state of California, is the map on the right. So we have a really messy system on the water supply reliability side. It almost looks as complex as the ecosystems, except we have humans involved, which makes them even harder. Like I said, these are all driven by demands. We have lots of different urban demands, lots of different agricultural demands, lots of different environmental demands, all in one system. These demands vary by hour, by season, historically, over time, and not all shortages to these demands are equally valued. And this shows that for agriculture, where the 90% of all the revenues in agriculture come out of half of the crops. When we talk about water supply reliability, there's a lot of sources of unreliability. Not only droughts and lack of inflows, but also floods that take out treatment plants, things like that. Earthquakes, wildfires, mechanical operations problems like we had in Flint, Michigan, excessive water demands like what happened in Cape Town, regulatory, and then of course multiple failures. To estimate water supply reliability, it's common, well, it's almost universal to use computer simulation models. And really these models, you shouldn't be intimidated by them. What they are is an attempt to integrate all the knowledge that we have on these systems. When we run these simulation models, we'll end up with a series of data, and we'll convert those into delivery reliability curves. A couple of quotes here, a couple of my favorite quotes on modeling. All models are wrong, but some are useful, by George Box. And the purpose of computing is insight, not numbers. So I generally have not much patience for people that just give us a pile of numbers and they call it results. There's a couple of different ways to get reliabilities out of computer models. One is, most common really, I think, is a level of development approach, where you hold everything constant at some future level of development. You run the model to get some time series, and then you plot that time series up in a frequency plot. Another approach is commonly used in seasonal operations. It goes by the traditional name of position analysis, where you take today's storage and the forecast demands, and you have a variety of future inflows, typically what you've seen in history, and then you run out what you would expect could happen if each of those inflows happened, and then you plot that up as a delivery reliability or storage reliability in this case. There's a lot of metrics on water supply reliability and reliability of all sorts, dating back from the 1880s. And I'm not going to go into all of them, but many of them, more modern ones, involve probabilities. We talk about climate change a lot. Certainly the climate is changing, but the climate's not the only thing that's changing. So we have non-stationarity on many fronts. In fact, California has had a lot of non-stationarity in many ways since the beginning of its water systems in the 1800s. Some final issues and lessons. Reliability estimates our knowledge of the whole system, the demands, the supplies, and the operations, and the regulations as well. there's a big difference between the reliability of a particular component and the reliability of the whole system. You know, like the difference between the reliability of the brakes on your car and the reliability of all the systems in your car, right? It's important to understand, I think, in this situation that water systems operate with a portfolio of management actions. We're not just one-trick ponies in this. We've got lots of different supplies, lots of different demands, lots of different intermediate management actions that we can take to mediate those. All these modeling results that we use, because they represent these complex systems, are going to have a lot of errors in them. That's unavoidable, but we should also be able to get a lot more insights out of them. I like to tell people that the modeling is a lot better than our intuition. You know, if you imagine operating these systems by intuition, maybe it would be better. I don't know. We have some experts here that can tell us. To me, the important thing is to interpret the model results and to make some reasonable things. We have a lot of non-stationarity in a lot of different ways. And my final point is demand interpreted delivery reliability plots. Those, to me, are the most insightful things. And of course, because I'm a professor, I'll give you a whole bunch of suggested readings. And I think on the handout you have a little bit more formalized version of this. We can get this to you electronically where they have live links. So that's the end of my orientation. I did fit within 6 minutes. What we'd like to, and that's the obnoxious buzzer that will happen if you exceed your time. So without wasting further time, we'll get on to somebody who really has something to say. Tina Cannon-Leahy is going to talk about reliability from the regulatory perspective. So thank you very much. So that we're moving to the next agenda item. Thank you.
It gave me, is that right? It gave me my briefing materials, so I should have been ready. Oh, I turned it around. Thank you. See, I'll get trained here. Good morning. I'm Tina Cannon-Leahy. I'm with the State Water Resources Control Board, but I always have to give the disclaimer. Okay, thank you. I always have to give the disclaimer that I am not speaking on behalf of the board. I am not speaking on behalf of the governor, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the state of California. I also want to thank Jay for inviting me here today and Ed for arranging all of this. And I want to acknowledge that Will Anderson is here and Scott Laguerre from the Water Board, where I've learned a tremendous amount about modeling and water supply from those two, and they're here in the back. So I'm just going to make a few remarks. I was asked to talk about sort of statutory and regulatory application of water supply reliability modeling, which is sort of a big mouthful. But what I called it in the beginning is really making this useful, because this is incredibly important. So just a little bit about why I have had a lot of interaction with water supply reliability recently. I'm one of the attorneys for the State Water Resources Control Board that's assigned to the update of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. So we just finished, the board just approved an update on the lower San Joaquin River. Of course, we're working on an update on the Sacramento side. But the water supply reliability issue has been a huge issue for us. As we're looking about, of course, when you're looking at water supply reliability, you're trying to understand from a regulatory perspective how people and institutions are going to be affected by decisions. I mean, that's ultimately what we're talking about. So this kind of modeling is critically important, but there are challenges to it. So this is my vision. I'm not a mathematician or a modeler, but so this is my vision sort of demand and supply, and the cap being sort of where we're at with demand. So I think one of the challenges with water supply reliability estimation is that it's based upon people's expectations of what is reliability. So when you're coming into those discussions, it's very, very complicated, and Jay discussed the complexity, as we all know, of the California water system. So understanding what is really the expectation and how that expectation is being reliably met is, of course, based on demand. And is the demand a question? I have more questions than answers for you today. Is when you're doing that kind of estimation, is the demand reasonable, for one thing? Because we're trying to figure out how institutions are being affected, right? So that's why the cat in the box. The second thing is the apples and oranges question. we really struggle when we're looking at water supply reliability estimation and modeling in particular with whether or not people are using sort of the same kinds of metrics when they're explaining. And as a regulator, this is very, very difficult, and I'll tell you a story. It's kind of funny in my experience. So, you know, many people talk about cubic feet per second, a common metric that we use when we're talking about water. Other people talk about acre feet. And then we, in this current water quality control plan update, used unimpaired flow, which was another metric. And so we had a discussion where people were coming, for example, with voluntary settlement agreements. They were talking about how they would be affected, how their water supply reliability would be affected, and how they had alternate proposals. And what happened was I said to the folks, well, it's hard. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a modeler, and other stakeholders and policy people. It's hard to translate how what is being presented relates to what actually we are presenting, right? And the response that I had, and this is for everybody in the room, was, well, that's just math. You know, you just do that math, right? It's simple. And I was actually getting it, and I said, well, okay, I actually really like math. I'm a lawyer. I'm not actually that good at math anymore. It's not simple. So one of the things as we go forward and we're sort of like looking at these reliability estimates and modeling questions is trying to figure out how we translate that in a way so people can understand apples to apples the kinds of decisions that we're making from a regulatory and a statutory perspective. And that is actually very, very difficult for sort of people that are not immersed in this. So I just wanted to sort of make that, bring that point up. The other thing is that we often don't understand from a regulatory or statutory perspective when people are making discussions on these kinds of modeling exercises, what the assumptions are that are going into that model. And it really needs to be transparent. I guess if there was one comment that I would make is that we need to be able to be very, very transparent about what we're folding into those assumptions. Because I've seen water supply reliability estimates that are talking about, you know, contract amounts of water, for example. And that might be an amount of water that nobody has ever received. So if you make an estimation based on a contractual amount of water, and then you say, well, a regulation is now removing a certain amount of water from my estimate, then what you're doing is you're actually inflating the impact that you're having with the regulation, which might be something like in-stream flow for the environment, on what is that water supply reliability estimate of the water. And so we're seeing that again and again. If you are, for example, looking at, you know, we had voluntary settlement agreements that came forward, and that is a great process. And I'm just using that as an example, not pointing to anybody in particular. But when you're using an estimate of how one action is going to affect another action, the baseline, of course, is incredibly important. So again, we need transparency in these discussions about what is going into that kind of modeling so that it can be useful from that regulatory and statutory perspective, because the policy decision is how are people affected and who's affected and where they're affected. And it's incredibly complicated in this system, as Jay's explained. So that was basically what I wanted to come here today and just to present, and then I wanted to make myself available for questions. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
What do you propose to have a kind of uniform metric? Is there any, how should we go about? There's a scientific ones and then understandable ones. Is there any kind of proposal you make or you're thinking?
So the question is there any kind, do I have any kind of solution proposal in terms of the metrics? I would say the proposal would be to, and I know this makes it more complicated, but maybe that information needs to be presented in many different ways. You know, that people need to be sort of aware that different people understand it in different ways, just like different people are different kinds of learners. You know, visual learners are or they're auditory learners. I think people are looking at these problems in different ways, and so there needs to be a bit of a, I think about the Babel fish, for those of you who, I love that if I'm saying that right, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we need some sort of, Babel fish or whatever that can translate stuff from one area to another so that it makes it useful.
Can you say a little bit about the problems that a regulatory agency, we have certain arbiters of disputes in the system. We have sort of negotiated agreements among parties that voluntarily come together. We have regulatory agencies that arbitrate disputes, and we have judicial processes for doing that. Can you, and the legislature, I guess, also does some of that, as well as the governor's office. Can you reflect a little bit on the effectiveness of our modeling discussions, our technical inputs in those forums, and what is probably the most essential for us to be useful in those difficult situations?
So those of you who can't see me, I'm smiling because that's a softball question from Jay. Jay knows that I was previously with the legislature where people are very smart, but they're about 600 miles wide and about 6 inches deep on a lot of stuff just because they have a lot of things in front of them. So I think the key is that it has to be made, and this is always the harder part. It reminds me of that saying, if I had more time, I'd have written a shorter letter. It's always that translating something, making it simple, and yet covering the salient points is the hardest exercise, but it's the most important. Because a lot of people will be overwhelmed just by the sort of wall of information. And at that point, they're not listening to you anymore. They're just sort of not wanting to embarrass themselves about what they don't know. So it's sort of reaching out and figuring out what is the level of information that is appropriate for a particular policy person, and then trying to provide that in a very clear way so that to help them make the decision. And again, you have to be very transparent about what it is that you do know and what it is that you don't know, and what the assumptions are that are going into something. So that's what's going to help.
To what degree would it be, I see this from both sides. I see technical people, scientists, try to communicate their work to these forums, but I often see that the regulatory, judicial, legislative processes, the people on the lawyer side essentially, are not really well prepared, well organized to assimilate technical input as well. Do you have any thoughts along those lines as well?
Well, I do remember that one time you gave me a 6-foot rollout schematic of the California water system, and I will admit that not everyone gets as excited about that as I do. So I think that you have to educate people. They really have to be educated and brought along. I find that a lot of people react to water issues like, that's sort of the first reaction. It seems so intractable and it seems so overwhelming, and you just sort of have to get past that. It's actually very exciting, and there's a huge space, I think, for people to come to constructive solutions, but we have to learn how to communicate and educate people on these issues, that they're important and that they're maybe not quite as overwhelming as they think they are. And where that solution space is. That is, you have to think, I think it's hard for scientists because they don't want to be advocates, right? So they feel like if they go in sort of knowing what it is, the decision that the person is trying to reach, and kind of tailoring their information toward that they're somehow advocating or pushing. I'm not saying people should be advocates necessarily if that's not their role, but you do need to be very aware, what is the decision the person is trying to make? Essentially, what are they wrestling with? And how is this information going to help them come to a better decision? And what are the main points they need to understand about the information that you're presenting that will help them reach that decision? Because those decisions are big and they can be very overwhelming, and so you don't need a wall of information making, at that point, people just sort of honestly, they just sort of back out of it, and then they just start leaning on the people they know that they trust. And that can be good or bad. So you really want them to be open to receiving that information, and sometimes the best way is just to ask them, what is the information that you need, and what is the level of that information? And what kinds of information help you to understand where you need to get to? And I mentioned Will and I mentioned Scott, and they've been wonderful, working with us on our team to help us to understand those incredibly complicated issues. And I think it's been painful for them probably to have to sit down with me and folks like me and have to walk us through stuff that seems like the nose on their face to them. But to us, don't get me started on exceedance plots, which I'm now a lover of that, let everybody know, let the record reflect, but, it is not intuitive for somebody to understand that, and yet it conveys a tremendous amount of information about what the expectation of how often something is going to affect, water supply reliability, right? But that is not intuitive to somebody, so you just have to start with the assumption that perhaps it isn't and work from there.
Pardon me, folks. Could I get this dais to please use their microphone as close as possible? We're having trouble hearing out here. Thank you.
Have you thought much about the use of maybe a set of standards in the regulatory process to at least provide a formal structure to the estimates that are used?
So I'm not sure, I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what's meant by a set of standards. In
Sort
terms of,
of
because
I guess it would be sort of a professional consensus. Usually it's either a professional society or a government agency that sort of defines the, in this case, the model. Yeah, what inputs, outputs, the rules.
So I think probably like a lot of people in my head, I have like this giant schematic of California water, and all those pieces are sort of whirling around, and I'm trying to think about how that would fit into a standard. I think generally, we have the terminology that we generally use and we understand. Sometimes it doesn't translate quite easily. Like I said, if you're talking about cubic feet per second, and suddenly you're talking about acre feet, a lot of folks know that's like, 1.98 or something if you have 1 cubic feet per second. And thank you, JC. I do learn. So you can make those translations, but I think we need to make them a little easier. I don't know if there's any, I think we kind of have our language. It's not more about the standards to me. It's more about understanding the assumptions that are going in, right? And then sort of translating it back out with the result. And being able to fit that. Because if I have a standard that says unimpaired flow, for example, and I will say, just personally, not speaking on behalf of the board, I'm a huge fan of unimpaired flow. I know it's gotten a lot of bad press lately. But it's basically saying, for example, there's an increment of water for the environment, and this is going to be the increment. And it's not predicated on whether or not other things are changing, like biological opinions or, water quality control plan, whatever. So it says, okay, here's the amount. But I think the harder part for somebody like me is when people are talking about water supply reliability is if you have an urban water management plan and it has a number in it, or if you have an ag management plan and it has a number in it, or if you have other numbers, what do those numbers mean? And is that somebody's sort of like hope and dream of what amount of water they could possibly get for that particular use, or is that actually what's being used? So that's kind of, so it's, to me, it's less about standards, but sort of more about understanding the inputs.
Yeah, well, I guess standardization could actually define those terms in a more rigorous way. Yeah, the systems I'm familiar with where we've standardized a process, everything's defined for you, so it's pretty specific.
If you do water quality work, there's a manual of principles and standards for estimating things. Some of the water quality people understand this, and where everything is minutely defined with lots of documentation on what is defining the definitions.
Well, I'm a
Actually,
lawyer, so I love things
Right.
that are minutely defined.
But what I'm hearing from you is that if you were going to suggest standards in this field, it would probably be standards of documentation.
I think, and
Maybe
just
more
sort
than
of,
anything.
I think it's more people sort of coming to agreement, about what these assumptions are that we're using, to the extent that we can. Because we have lots of different models floating around that we're using, and you know, when it gets to be my world, as far as the litigation, it's just death by 1,000 cuts on the modeling, you know, which I'm not sure if that really helps anybody, because I love that saying too, you know, all models are wrong and some models are useful. So I think we need to sort of, to the extent that groups like this can add transparency to the discussion about the assumptions that are going in, I think that is incredibly helpful.
Thank you very much, Tina, as always.
Thank you.
We'll move now to the second part of, third part, I guess, of this morning, with the first panel of folks from different state agencies. So if we can have you all start to mosey up to the front, and Tom Holzer is going to be emceeing that portion. We're also going to have Joe Fernando and Vince Resch emceeing different parts of today. So I thank them all. Also, I'd like to give a tremendous thanks to Edmund Yu and Katrina for organizing all of this. To the degree that this effort to have all these lightning talks comes off, it's thanks to them and their organizational efforts. So, Tom,
Okay.
it's off to you.
Thanks, Jay. As Jay said, this is sort of a lightning round, but it's from the folks who are doing water supply reliability estimation. And what we've asked them to do is to address their approach, purpose, models, and the limitations of what they're doing. And we have 4 panels representing different groups that perform these things: state agencies, utilities, consultants, academics. And our first panel will be the state agencies. This session will actually connect to the lunch, because we'll ask all of you to participate in discussion groups that, we have a dog in the room, I think. We'll ask you to participate in discussion groups. You have a table number on your name tag, and you'll have a discussion leader and a note taker at that. And then after that, we'll go into a plenary session where we'll talk about the issues and challenges that you've discussed at lunch. Our first panel is the state agencies, and I guess we're primarily Division of Water Resources. I won't introduce people in the interest of saving time, other than just go by name. And the Bureau of Reclamation, because of the government shutdown, apologizes for not being able to participate in today's discussion. So we will begin. Oh, and I should warn the speakers, you'll have a timer over here that will go, let's say, yellow at 30 seconds and red, and there'll be a little beep when your time is up, and I'll stand up too to
So
alert
yellow
you.
at 1 minute.
Is the yellow at 1 minute now? Okay. So our first presenter will be Aaron Miller from the Division of Water Resources.
All right. Is this on? Oh, there we go. Good morning. My name is Aaron Miller with the Department of Water Resources. And today we have 4 presentations from the Department of Water Resources, and each one will touch upon some type of water supply estimate. Each has its own purpose within the department. So I'm going to start off things talking about the seasonal forecasts and real-time operations. So I work in the office within DWR that develops the seasonal plans and determines the real-time reservoir releases and exports for the State Water Project. The State Water Project is a system of reservoirs, pumping plants, and aqueducts with purposes for flood control, flows for the environment, and management of delta water quality, as well as developing water supply for M&I and agricultural purposes. Am I too close to the microphone? Okay. The main sources of water are development of storage on the Feather River and capture of excess flows in the delta. This developed water supply is then delivered to customers as far south as Southern California. Oops. The State Water Project allocation provides a forecast to the state water contractors on the availability of water in any given year. So we have 29 water contractors with contracts up to 4.2 million acre feet annually. And the allocation is simply a percentage of that total contract. In development of the allocation, we use spreadsheet tools that combine current conditions with forecasted information. And then we go through an iterative process of adjusting releases and exports and scaling contractor demands to maximize the projected water that is available. And this is updated monthly. We provide our first forecast December 1, and our final is usually by May. We use very conservative forecasts in our allocation process. And this gives the contractors some assurance that the allocation, the initial allocation, will likely remain either the same or get better with time. So for example, here's a list of the key inputs. The forecasted hydrology is probably our biggest uncertainty in our initial forecast. And so we use a 90% exceedance. And so this essentially is meaning nine times out of 10 years, we'll see wetter conditions than what we are assuming. We also use conservative forecasts for the regulatory constraints, CVP operations, and then water project demands. The other important piece that we incorporate is what water we have on hand, and that would be described in our current storages. So this is a diagram of that process where the top is the information we have at the beginning of the month. It goes into the allocation process. We provide this information to the contractors. They adjust their demands as necessary for the allocation. And then throughout the month, we are operating in real time to the conditions that we see in front of us. So I just want to touch upon the real-time operations a bit. So in our office, we are making daily decisions on reservoir releases and exports. But our number one priority in making those decisions is making sure that our regulatory and contractual obligations are met first. Only after those obligations are met do we start developing water supply for the state water contractors. And we have a lot of uncertainties in planning those, and those are made real during real-time operations. So this is just a kind of a sample of a lot of the uncertainties. We have uncertainties in flows, water quality, fisheries, and facility outages. So I'm going to pick on hydrology a little bit. And so this is what we see here is the volume on the Sacramento in the Sacramento Valley, the runoff in million acre feet on the top graph, and the runoff in the San Joaquin Valley on the bottom. And this is kind of an after the fact look at the resulting runoff. But as you can see, the variability from year to year is pretty extreme. On the Sacramento side, we see 5 million to 38 million acre feet difference. On San Joaquin, 1 million to 15 million. In real-time operations, we are adjusting during the year to as these conditions develop. And so we do use a spreadsheet, incorporate forecasts from NOAA. These are weather and river runoff forecasts. We use a model DSM-2 to project water quality in the delta, seasonal trends to kind of get an estimate of increases in demand, and then of course experience in historical data to correlate conditions with the responses. But ultimately, what really describes how much we can export or release is really the real-time data. And so kind of going back to the allocation process, this is a monthly cycle. So the real-time information then goes back into the following month's information. And as if we're able to export more water or the hydrology changes, the allocation will increase. If things remain dry, then it will could remain same or decrease. So I just want on my final slide. This is kind of this is the result of 2 different years. I have a wet year here and a dry year. So 2011, we started out with a 25% allocation, and throughout the spring, because things got better, we ended up with a final allocation of 80%. In the dry case, 2013, we started out at 30%. Things looked better, so we went to 40, but then things really dried up, and so our final allocation ended at 35%. But overall, it's fairly, it was fairly stable in 2013, even though it was pretty dry. And so that is my last slide, and I guess I'll turn it over to Eric.
Good morning, folks. My name is Eric Reyes from the Bay Delta Office of Department of Water Resources. And this morning I'm going to be discussing the SWP Delivery Capability Report. It was one of the, I think, one of the references that Jay listed for folks to get an idea of what kind of supply estimates, that are used out there in the public. And then, so I'm speaking on that specifically, and more generally, I'll be speaking about a model called CalSim, which gets used quite a bit in the state of California. So the Delivery Capability Report, the DCR, the purpose of it is it's a part of the agreement that was developed under the Monterey Agreement between the State Water Project and its contractors. And the department is required every 2 years to produce this report, which is meant to give a delivery capability of the existing system and the existing project, and give the contractors, each contractor, an idea of what that might be over a range of hydrologic conditions that include the historic extended dry periods and the long-term average. So that's specific language out of the agreement. So to get at those estimates, we make some key assumptions. So as stated in the agreement, we're looking at existing conditions, which could mean existing facilities, the existing regulations of the day. We're looking at a fixed level of land use, meaning, we're going to run a simulation over a series of hydrologic years, but the land use during that time is not going to change. And so that implies that the demand is somewhat fixed. And it's looking at existing SWP contract amounts. And then, so the range of hydrologic years is going to be, the way we simulate that is we look at historical hydrology and adjust that for that fixed land use. And in the case of the last several of these reports, that simulation period or that historic period has been from 1922 to 2003. So the historic hydrology over that period adjusted for a fixed land use, and then we run the system as if we had the facilities that exist today and the demands that exist today over those years. And then as kind of a side note is that on certain years, and it's really years that line up with the urban water management plan requirements, we also add a future condition in this report. And that may include climate change and other things. So the key model used in the DCR is a model called calcium. And I guess just generically, when we're speaking about models, it's a model is usually a recreation or a simplification of a physical system. And so in this case, what we're trying to recreate or model is the State Water Project, its interaction with the Central Valley Project, and then the general Sacramento and San Joaquin River system in Bay Delta and their responses to what the project operations have on their operations, or on the things like quality and flows. So this model is an official long-term operations model for both the SWP and CVP, and it was developed jointly by both DWR and Reclamation. It's simulated monthly, which kind of lines up with how our allocation process is. And it tries to emulate operator decisions that use forecasts of hydrology, demand, regulatory requirements, and uses that forecast to come up with allocations and operations. And it's essentially this is a model of what Aaron described. You know, so Aaron is part of our operations office, and he's dealing with real-time information, and they have a process to come up with an allocation and operations, and this model tries to emulate what his office does. So what are some of the key results that come out of this report? This report is focused on SWP, so it's looking at SWP Table A, which is their entitlements, Article 56, which is a category of delivery that allows each contractor to decide if they want to take some of their allocation on a given year and hold it over for the following year. And so it allows them to manage sort of their own risks and reliability. And then also Article 21, which is some people call it interruptible water, or really what it is it's a supply that is unsure. You don't know when it's going to come, but it tends to come in wetter conditions and in surplus conditions. And then we display that information for long-term averages, wet periods, dry periods, and in the right panel, this is an excerpt from that report, and it shows some dry period averages for different spans, single dry year, 2 dry years back to back, and different dry periods, just to get a flavor of what the report shows. And then we have this information for each and every one of our contractors. And we also, I think people have been talking about plotting these things in as exceedance probabilities, and it has all that information in there. And so each contractor can then take this information and process it how they need to for their own needs. And so what are some of those needs that they have, or what are the key uses? In a planning setting for statewide information, it informs or gives information about population growth and changes, because this is biannual report. You can see if things are changing over time. It informs water reliability, what people can reasonably expect. It informs parts of the Water Conservation Act and the Urban Water Management Plan Act. And then for local or contractor level, this information is used to inform decisions about what to do with their water portfolio. So this is just one supply source, which is the State Water Project supply source. But and then that will get folded into their own studies to see what they do with how they manage their water portfolios. Information from this report is also used in securing financing for, whether it be farmers or building out a new subdivision or something like that. And then, as I stated earlier, this information goes into also the urban water management plans that different urban entities are required to develop every 5 years. And with that, that's my last slide. And moving on to Mohammed.
Thanks, Eric. My name is Mohammed Rayej. I am with the California Department of Water Resources. Is the mic on? Probably, yeah.
It's on. Can the AV crew put back DWR's presentation up? No, it's speakers 1 to 4 is continuous. Sorry about that.
So let me go to my slides. Is it? So I have to fast forward.
Maybe it's not counting us against your time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jay. So again, my name is Mohammed Rayej. I'm with the California Department of Water Resources, working on California water plan updates for the past 10-15 years. And we have been using an analytical tool called WEEP, which is an acronym for Water Evaluation and Planning. The tool itself has been developed by SEI, Stockholm Environment Institute, which is a research institute in Stockholm, Sweden, with the funding from the UN and World Bank and a bunch of other countries like US. Many countries use, government agencies use WEEP for the long-term planning. And like I said, we have been using in California for the past 10-15 years to quantify the future water conditions in California in terms of supply and demand. And the tool itself, it is a fully integrated supply and demand model. It means that it takes all possible sources of supply, including reservoirs, streams, groundwater aquifers, and connects it to the demand sites. And it basically tracks every drop of water from the catchment all the way to the sinks. And so it is also physically based. It's one of those rare planning models. Some of the planning model user has to input many information like unsolid demand or supplies, but WEEP tries to capture the physical process of the water moving in the streams, in the aquifer, or reservoir operations. And it is demand, like any other supply allocation model or supply estimation, it starts from demand. And demand could be input in the model or can be calculated internally through the capturing physical process like agricultural crop consumptive use using Penman and Montes equations, which is embedded in the WEEP itself. And like I said, VEEP is a highly modular model. It has many modules which can do components of supply and demand, like reservoir operations, rainfall runoff, snowpack accumulation, and snowmelt runoff. But the supply allocation itself is based on the demand magnitudes and the demand priorities, because you can have many demands competing for the same source. So in VEEP, a user can identify which demand can get the water first. And then VEEP tries to maximize the supply deliveries to the demand sides, and it works its way down to the bottom of the demand priorities. And also, each demand side can have access to multiple sources of supplies. VEEP forms a matrix of supply allocations and uses an LP, linear programming, to maximizes supply deliveries to each demand side, subject to system constraints. Constraints could be physical constraints, like a size of or capacity of the conveyance systems. You could have all water available in your source, but your physical, your conveyance might not be large enough to convey all the water. So a user in VEEP can put a constraint on the amount of deliveries. Or other constraint could be institutional, environmental constraints. So VEEP takes all of those constraints and tries to maximize supply deliveries to the demand sides. Like I said, we have been using VEEP for the past 10, 15 years in the California Water Plan to quantify the future conditions of supply and demands. Again, speaking of uncertainties, we all know certain uncertainties comes in the form of input data, human errors, or data collections, and the assumption which is inherent in each individual model. This is something universal. All models are based on assumptions. And also there are assumptions during the application of the tool to the specific process or project we are trying to do. In this case, in Water Plan, to quantify the future conditions. My final thought is, speaking of uncertainties, in Water Plan, we try to capture that by running multitude of scenarios, in this case 100 future scenarios, to at least it could give us a range of the available supply in the future. In this, like 20 climate scenarios in this case and 5 urban, to give us 100 scenarios. Sorry, I ran out of time. I wish I could have more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ajay Goel. I'm from the Department of Water Resources. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here today, brief you. I'm going to be talking about the application side of these models. At the Department of Water Resources, I manage the Surface Storage Investigations Program, the CALFED program, which includes various surface storage reservoirs, the System Reoperation Program, and now the Flood MAR program. In the surface storage program and in system reoperation program, I had the opportunity to work with reclamation and various local agencies and consultants on several projects like sites, Las Vaqueros, Shasta, Temperance Flat. Then in system reoperation of Shasta, Oroville, Folsom, New Exchequer, and looking at CVP, SWP as one single system. And we use several models, specifically calcium, DSM2, many ecosystem models. And this is all to look at water supply reliability, increase water supply for M&I, for ecosystem, and water quality improvements, flood protection and such. One challenge we found, which is a suggestion to ISB here, that we had to go through several iterations of these models to come up with the right optimum balance of benefits. Because otherwise, if we try to increase water supply for M&I, many times we would impact water supplies for ecosystem, or vice versa. So for future generation of models, if we could have models that could talk to each other better. That will be very helpful. Secondly, last year we put out a report called, this is the report, Water Available for Groundwater Replenishment. It was required by Sigma. And in this report, we estimated water in each of the major stream in the whole state, in all of the 10 hydrologic regions, looking at how much water is available for groundwater recharge. So, average about it was about 3% of the outflow came out as water available for replenishment, and which was the water above the minimum mean stream flow, and depending on the size of the diversion facility. And for our estimates, we used the existing water rights, existing diversion facilities on those streams as a surrogate. Then while we were working on this, we were in we had flooding happening in the state, and we got a letter from Feinstein's office saying the 23 million acre feet went out to the ocean this year. Why can't you figure out, a way to capture some of this water? So we were looking at this hydrograph. If you were to look at the higher peaks, we said, okay, if some of this peak flow, which is causing flood damage, could be skimmed off the river streams and spread on lands for recharge. So this resulted in formation of a new program called FloodMAR, using flood water for managed aquifer recharge. This graph here shows the historic hydrograph of average over the last 30 years. Then for the future, we expect, based on the climate change models, we expect there's going to be a shift happening because of increase in temperature. There will be snow melt happening sooner, resulting in more water coming during spring months. And the peaks are going to go higher. So if we don't capture some of this water, we will have less water available in the summer months. So something like FloodMAR, one of those storage methods of storing above ground or in ground, is going to be necessary. So at this time, we feel this FloodMAR is going to be very, very helpful, and it's going to require a lot of support from local, especially farmers. Then another thing we are working on, as we know, as Jay said earlier, the climate change is happening. It's serious. So this is a concept, decision scaling method was developed by our climate change program, specifically Andrew Schwartz is sitting here behind me, wherein we operate the system almost 35 times, run it using 35 different hydrological conditions, starting with 0, 10, 20, 30% increase in precipitation, and similar reduction in precipitation, and increase in temperature of 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees Celsius. And after that, we would bring in global projection from global climate change models and see where the most likely the temperature is going to be, where the whole probability of existence is going to be. So depending on that, water managers could strengthen their water system. And this shows 2050 and then 2080. This particular chart is for Tuolumne River climate vulnerability study that we are working on. Thank you very much.
Scott?
Good morning. Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Scott Laguerre. I'm an engineer in the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Resources Control Board. Today I'm going to present 3 different ways which water supply and water supply reliability are incorporated into actions at the State Water Board. But first I just want to mention some thoughts on water supply reliability. Water supply reliability is generally defined as the fraction of time that a specified level of demand can be met. Water supply reliability depends on the available supply, the demand, and management actions, such as reservoir operations and groundwater management. Reservoirs and groundwater can improve the reliability for consumptive uses by storing natural supply that exceeds demand for use later in the season or in future years. These decisions are based on the risks and rewards of short-term versus future use. Multiple successive dry years present difficult choices between releasing reservoir water to meet portion of immediate demand or storing reservoir water for future year with the risk of additional shortage. The Water Board's authority primarily affects users' available supply through conditions on the exercise of water rights, while reservoir operational decisions and demand management are typically controlled by water users. For this reason, in the Division of Water Rights, activities are more focused on the estimation of water supply availability and less on water supply reliability, but that's not always the case, as I will mention. So the first way that water supply availability is incorporated into the water rights process is in the application process. When an applicant applies for a water right, they need to show that there's available supply to be diverted under that water right that they're applying for. And these water supply availability studies range in complexity and in scope, and however, they're usually based on historical records from existing stream flow gauges. For a permit to be issued, harm to other beneficial users also must be considered, such as in-stream flow needs for the environment, and also diversions for other water rights holders in the watershed. The second way that the water supply and water supply reliability is incorporated into activities in the division is in the planning process. As Tina mentioned earlier, we're currently undergoing a large planning process, which is the update of the Water Quality Control Plan for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta. So this plan has been broken into two phases. The first phase is the San Joaquin update, which the board recently approved. And in this update, the water supply effects model was developed to estimate the changes in water supply availability under different alternatives. In the Sacramento update, the Sacramento water allocation model has been developed, which is based on the WEEP software that Mohammed just explained. Both of these updates, the approach was the same, which is add a new environmental flow requirement that is assumed to have a higher priority than the consumptive uses. The result from these models is that we see changes in water supply availability. Now, that's not the end result, because these changes in water supply availability need to be taken into context of other sources to really determine how that actually affects the reliability for different users. Because these models of the changes might show, okay, well, this is the change from this supply. However, these users have multiple supplies. So we also looked at these other supplies in the full portfolio to determine what is the actual impact on the reliability. The third way that water supply availability is incorporated into activities in the Division of Water Rights is in enforcement and water supply availability for diversion analyses. During times of water scarcity, staff may determine that water is not available for diversion by certain users based on water right priority. These type of analyses are usually initiated by complaints, and they can occur on a stream reach scale or on a whole watershed scale. Past analyses have relied on real-time stream flow gauges and unimpaired flow estimates developed by DWR. Demand estimates typically rely on user-submitted reports of historical diversion. And there's a big spatial challenge in determining the availability of water throughout the watershed. And complex spreadsheet tools like the Drought tool developed by UC Davis has been developed for certain watersheds and is under development for others. While this type of analysis does not explicitly estimate water supply reliability, it does incorporate related components such as the water supply and the demand. So in conclusion, staff in the Division of Water Rights utilize various sources of information for water supply and demand based on the specific process. We use a variety of models and tools for various analyses. These analyses more frequently involve estimates of water supply availability and at times also include water supply reliability. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. During our lunchtime discussion, we'll be talking about issues and challenges. So during the question period right now, we have about 10 minutes. I'd like to focus on questions that are primarily focused on clarifications. So if anyone has any questions for the speakers about their talks.
Now, this question is mainly for Eric. You mentioned that you try to emulate what Aaron's program is doing through the simulations, and I'm sure that you have some communication that Aaron is using, that program, allocation program is using your output from calcium and others. So can you explain how that interaction is taking place between the model output and the operational aspect of it?
Sure. I mean, in the development of these models, we interface quite a bit with Aaron's group and try to learn as much as we can and try to, produce a process that is very similar to what they do. And the only reason why we sort of maybe can't do it exactly as they do is when you're talking about a simulation model that's looking back over historical hydrology, like certain forecasts, forecasting techniques have advanced over time. And so, and there's information such as like snowpack and radiation and things like that that we just don't have historical data for. And so we've had to come up with a forecast that produces about the same quality of forecasts that folks in Aaron's shop can produce today, but using only the information of whatever historical information we might have had, which back then was probably precip and runoff. So there are approximations that we have to make to use this historical hydrology, but it's not going to be exactly what Aaron's shop does. I don't know if that explains.
Yeah, explain. No, I was mainly thinking how the two groups interact in developing the calcium, because calcium is in a state of kind of always in a calibration
yes, it's constant
state.
development. Yeah, it's in constant development
state.
essentially. As most models are. Yeah, so we have a pretty open, I guess, dialogue between each other, and we meet. We don't even need to meet regularly because we are in contact so often that it's that kind of thing. Yes.
Just a question for Aaron. So you use simulation modeling mostly for your operations in real time. My impression from your presentation is that you have a seasonal operations model and a monthly time step. And then do you have a daily simulation model and more real time for operation within a month, or?
Well, I guess the seasonal analysis is done with a spreadsheet. And so, I mean, you can call a spreadsheet a model, but it's not really it's not necessarily a mathematical simulation. It's more of a mass balance.
Sure.
And so that's really the tool of choice that we have in our office in making those analyses. But we do incorporate things like the delta simulation model to simulate the delta responses to planned operations.
But say within a month, what do you do for daily operations? And particularly, I think during this time of year when you have a lot of variability in, on a daily basis, maybe even an hourly basis in some cases, do you have some analytical tools you use on that scale, or do you just intuit between days of the month?
Well, in conditions like we see today, we are really relying on NOAA forecasts. So they're I can't remember the name of their tool, but they are forecasting river flows. And so we are just incorporating those in they have routing built in as well. And
right.
So we're essentially looking particularly at inflows into the delta, so like Freeport, and the projected inflows at that point, and then planning based on those. Now, during the summer, when salinity is more of a concern, that's when we really are running the DSM-2 model.
DSM-2, yeah.
And so we look at different options on our operations and use that tool to look at the resulting salinity changes.
But for your mass balance accounting, do you have a separate set of spreadsheets for those daily operations during the summers and flood seasons? Or do you must have some accounting on that smaller time scale?
We have, right, so we have a daily accounting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
So you have a daily spreadsheet and a monthly spreadsheet?
Yeah, and if you're familiar with the day flow output?
Yes.
It's really something similar to that, but it's, yeah, in a spreadsheet.
To what degree do you use the calcium outputs for maybe longer-term drought planning or operation scenarios?
Well, so we do run calcium in-house in operations, but we use it in the position analysis mode.
Okay.
And so we're really using it to look out the next year. In terms of looking at the delivery capability report, we do evaluate that and the results.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a question for Eric on the capability report. You mentioned that the report assumes same land use. Where do you get your data for the land use?
So there's a group within DWR that is tasked with coming up with land use surveys of current land use, and then also they make projections for future land use, and so we use those estimates.
And do they take into account if land use doesn't change but demand changes? Let's say there's more efficiency on ag, or there's a higher demand because of a change of crop. Do they take that into account?
Right. So these land use estimates are based on, well, for the land use surveys, they try to ascertain what is currently being cropped. So we definitely have crop types and acreages for those different crop types.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions?
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Don't want to ask too many, but this is from Ajay. Now you had this situation where you have a lot of water was sent into ocean, and your senator says, "Hey, do something for this," and you came up with some idea what to do. Now, can you kind of expand on this? Is that program operational, or you are just planning for you using these different tools you're talking about?
So thank you for asking that. So at this time, we are doing a reconnaissance level study on Merced River Basin, wherein we are looking at the New Exchequer Dam and the river, Merced River, and there are streams in the Merced area, and trying to see whenever there are high flows in those streams, some of the water, if you could skim off those streams and spread on ag lands. And we have identified lands which have high permeability, and we are doing a groundwater analysis using C2B sim, so that we take the water into the ground, spread the water on the land, and see how much gets recharged, and then trying to figure out how much of that water is coming back in the river as base flow during summer months. So we get ecosystem benefits from there, and when we spread water on the lands, we get ecosystem benefits from that, and we get water supply benefits by recharge of the lands, and leaving some water in the aquifer for permanent storage, so that the aquifer, which we are calling a green infrastructure, is going to get better. And then another thing we have learned from USGS, there is a study that was done recently that when you recharge lands, that there is some level of reversal of subsidence also taking place. So we're going to get many benefits from this. And then another level of implementation we are looking at is reoperation of the reservoir. When we reoperate the dams such that we maybe pre-deliver some of the water to existing water users, who have contracts from the reservoir, before the flood spills, before the flood season, so that this would create space in the reservoir in advance, and then we will capture flood flows, provide flood protection, and if more water is available, it can be spread, more can be spread. So in a way, we get all benefits simultaneously: flood protection, then water supply, protection of the aquifers, ecosystem benefits, recreation benefits. So many benefits are coming out. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay, we'll now take a 12-minute break. So
Well, let me have one more question.
Sure.
I could keep you guys drilled with questions for hours. What you do is really fascinating, and you've all thought about these things for longer and more than I have. There's this notion of forecast-informed reservoir operations. I'm sure that you've heard of it before. What do you think of it? I know for Scott, some of the water rights enforcement applications during drought, there's always, there's a storm front coming in, maybe we should let people divert water in the next few weeks, and I'm sure in the operation of Oroville, this has been something that has come up, and then you probably actually use when you see storms coming. What do you think of the potential for those kind of operations? How much of it is already being done now, and how much potential do you see for improving that in time?
I think it's very promising. And it is kind of already used today. So as the weather forecasting gets better and better, the department is heavily involved in monitoring of the vapor transport, and so they've been involved with scripts in terms of basically making the forecasts better. And so during flood operations, we are in constant contact with the Army Corps of Engineers. And so we together kind of look at the conditions and make decisions on how far to push either way.
Thanks.
Okay, I guess we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, sorry. So we've sort of divided up all the panels here by sector, moving sort of to different water utilities. So not only do the state agencies do a lot of this kind of modeling and estimation, but a lot of sizable local, regional water utilities have a lot of interest in this as well, getting a little bit closer to the customers. So we've got a panel of 5 speakers representing different agricultural and urban water agencies, and from East Bay Mud, Santa Clara Valley Water District, Contra Costa Water District, Westlands Water District, Metropolitan Water District, and we've gone through and allocated them slightly different amounts of time based on some notions that we had in our head. of the amount of violence that we felt comfortable doing to their systems in their presentations. So without further ado and without wasting any more time, we'll lead off with Ben Bray from East Bay Mud, and then we'll just move on down the row. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Bray. I'm with East Bay Mud, otherwise known as the East Bay Municipal Utility District. Our mission is to manage the natural resources with which the district is entrusted to provide reliable, high-quality water and wastewater services at fair and reasonable rates for the people of the East Bay, and to preserve and protect the environment for future generations. In the interest of time, I'm not going to introduce myself further. I have a few just brief kind of overview comments, and then I'll jump into some East Bay Mud specific slides. What is water supply reliability? Is it simply a balance between demand and supply? I appreciated Ms. Cannon-Leahy's comment earlier where she said it's just not that simple. It's a lot more complicated, and I think, of course, you all are learning that today with this workshop. It's not black and white or red and blue, so to speak. The scale is interesting, and there's also a legal and regulatory framework that we have to do this balancing act within. Perhaps a better analogy might be puzzle pieces, or a puzzle, and I like this because of the interaction or interplay between the pieces. And when you have a good puzzle, the borders between the pieces begin to disappear, and the overall picture comes into view. And so I think that's kind of a better apt analogy. I think with our different agencies, you'll see the shape of those pieces might differ a little bit, and the overall picture may be a little bit different, but ultimately our goal here is the same, and we're asking what's our ability to serve our customers now and into the future, and how much will it cost within the legal constraints of water rights, water quality standards, and also land use planning that defines our customer base and how that may change from now and into the future. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip my East Bay Mud intro slide and refer you to our website for more information, evmud.com. And so moving right along, I got kind of three puzzle pieces I want to present to you in the remaining time I have, about 4 minutes. How do we estimate demands? We use an approach called land use unit demands, where it's a very GIS intensive and data intensive analysis where we look at the parcels within our service area and correlate or connect those to meters to understand how land use relates with consumption. We do that again on a parcel basis. We roll that up by pressure zone areas and roll that ultimately into a planning demand. And this is an image from our Urban Water Management Plan 2010. Now, to project that into the future, we talk with the cities and the 2 counties within our service area, work with the planners, understand those general plans over roughly a 30-year planning horizon to project out how land use patterns will change and ultimately how that will affect our demands going into the future. Also shown here is historical consumption patterns on the left side of the chart, and on the right side you can see how we've projected our planning level of demands out into the future, and then we start to think about our portfolios, and some of those components would be conservation programs, passive and active, as well as recycled water. And ultimately, after making those adjustments, we end up with kind of a raw water demand that we then use, much like DWR introduced earlier, fixed level development modeling approach to assess our reliability. But again, as you can see here in the past, where reliability is really stressed is during those drought periods. And that leads me to kind of my next slide. Another image from our 2015 Urban Water Management Plan, where again, droughts are really where we're focused here for reliability when supplies are limited. This lays out the kind of 4 drought stages we have from normal down to critical. And what I really want you guys to take away from this is part of our portfolio is the customers. And the key here is demand elasticity is an important part of the puzzle here, and the customers actively conserving or changing their use patterns when supplies are limited through, again, cues of the demand management program are a very important part, and we consider that explicitly in our reliability planning. And with the last minute or so, I have 2 minutes, I'll speak a little bit to supply on the supply side. Most of our water supply, 90 to 95%, comes from the McCollum River watershed, the east side tributary to the Delta. This is an unimpaired flow graphic of a historical hydrology similar to what you saw earlier for Sac and San Joaquin. And what I really want you to notice from this chart is the extreme variability. We have nearly 2 million acre feet in the wettest of years down to less than 200,000 acre feet in our most critical years. And our critical drought period is 76, 77, drought indicated there by the yellow arrow. So another critical puzzle piece for us in our reliability planning is what we call the drought planning sequence. And what we've done is taken the 76, 77 critical years, we average those together and replace the historical hydrology in 78 with a third critically dry year. And there's also implications, as you can see on the bar, for 79 during the refill period coming out of that drought. And the district's reliability goal is to meet all regulatory and contractual obligations, as well as our policy goals, as I mentioned on the prior slide, and all raw water system demands through the end of this design drought. And that's the time I have for you this morning. I'll look forward to questions later on, and I'll pass the clicker on down to Sam. And here's the mic.
Hi, I'm Samantha Green. I'm with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and I'll talk about our long-term water supply planning modeling that we do. So we use the WEAP model, which Mohammed Rayaj already gave a very good overview with, so I'll skip that part. And our modeling, we look at 5-year increments starting from 2025 going through mid-century to try to get an idea of uncertainty that we have in our planning and in our various supplies and demand projections, and then also to have a good timeline for capital investments that we need to make. So those don't get built overnight, so you need to start looking out. So that year that we've landed on for capital investment planning to meet future projected demands is 2040. But we don't necessarily stop our modeling there. We also do some late century modeling, looking at implications of climate change. So we do end of century impacts of using downscaled climate model data to see how the different proposed projects that we're looking at are going to perform out through the end of century. So we're not doing this modeling to plan for investments out there, but just to see how the investments we are planning for will hold up in the long term. And so with WEAP, I talked about the uncertainty that we're trying to understand, and a lot of the uncertainty in the WEAP output comes from the inputs that we have. And so inputs into WEAP are operational assumptions, and we use a monthly time step for our long-term planning, and operations that in and of itself is a big assumption in which isn't always going to be that single rule that we put in there. It might be a lot more dynamic, for example, in real time. Then there's also uncertainties of our demand assumptions. So we do have different demands that we look at. We have a high demand projection that we created, and then the same demands as historical. So what if demands don't increase? And then we have one in between, which we call our trending scenario, which is not as Yeah, I'll leave it there. It's in between the two. And so it just gives us an idea of the different potential demand uncertainties that we could have owing to different development futures, as well as considering things like climate change and increased temperatures. And then we also have uncertainties in our imported water. So imported water is 40% of our supplies, and we use calcium output as to determine what our contract allocations will be for our wheat model. And our wheat model is 1922 to 2015, and calcium ends at 2003. So we do a little bit of our own numerical modeling of sorts, I guess you could say, to take those numbers and draw it out to 2015. And so for that, there's a lot of uncertainty that goes into what we can expect from our imported water supplies. So there's climate uncertainty, and as well, so climate change as well as regulatory uncertainties. There's also uncertainty related to what future projects will be built, both in maintaining the system as well as potentially expanding it or improving it in some way. And so then the last big source of uncertainty in our model, I would say, there's definitely many more than these, but the last big source would be our own local water, and so the reservoir inflows that we have. So for our planning right now, we're using historical numbers for reservoir inflows. However, we have worked with Professor Ed Maurer at Santa Clara University, and with him have developed inflows for 2040 using downscale climate model data and perturbing it to the years of 1922 to 2015. And that gives us an idea of what it could look like in mid-century, and then we did the same thing for our late century climate modeling. And there is a lot of uncertainty in reservoir inflows in mid-century. It ranges from being much drier to a lot wetter. And so with all this uncertainty, again, the end goal is to figure out what investments may we need to meet demands. And so that's, I think, what our team and our district as a whole is struggling with right now the most is you have these climate change uncertainties, regulatory uncertainties, demand uncertainties, because you don't know who's going to be using what kind of water in the future for sure. All things change. So trying to figure out how much to invest in and not risk overinvesting and having stranded assets is always a consideration. But then the flip side is you don't want to underinvest and not be able to meet those demands. So with the huge band of uncertainty, that it becomes a very difficult task. To try to determine some of those decisions, we look at specific outputs at the model, from the model, and so those outputs include years of shortage. So over that 94-year period, how often would we, under these different scenarios, ask for water shortage, water use reductions? Then we also look at the severity of the shortage. So do we need to call for a 10% voluntary, 20% mandatory, and so on? We also break it down by what type of supplies are we using, and what supplies are we not perhaps using fully as well, because if we know that, for instance, we are losing a lot of or not effectively using in the model some of our local supplies, our surface water, for example, perhaps that indicates the best investment decision would be more recharge ponds if we do have the space in groundwater. So that way we can take the local surface water and put it into the ground for the future, rather than allowing it to potentially spill over the dam and go to the bay. And then the last thing we do look at is groundwater health. We do manage 2 groundwater basins, and we are a groundwater management agency, and so we need to make sure that whatever we do in the future prevents permanent subsidence within our county. And so, looks like I still have a minute left. but I think I'll pass it on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeff Quimby. I'm the Director of Planning at the Contra Costa Water District, and I'll provide a little bit of background on our facilities and supplies, and then talk about our considerations for water supply reliability estimates. So CCWD provides water service to about 500,000 people in central and eastern Contra Costa County. We're both a retail and wholesale water agency. In terms of our customers and demands, about a third of our deliveries go to major industries. Another third is our retail treated water service area, and then the other third, we sell untreated water on a wholesale basis to other agencies. We have 4 screened delta intakes, and we essentially divert all of our water from the delta. We are a CVP contractor, and we operate the Contra Costa Canal on behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation. We also construct and operate the Los Vaqueros Reservoir, which is an off-stream storage project, which primary purposes were to improve water quality for our customers and provide emergency supplies. So as I mentioned, the Delta provides the majority of water for our area. Other sources are recycled water and groundwater. CCWD and several of our customers have local water rights for surface water in the Delta. However, our CVP contract is our primary supply, and this is especially true in dry years when our local water rights are typically constrained by water quality in the Delta, so we rely heavily on our CVP supply. So due to the significance of the CVP supply, it's our primary consideration when we're looking at water supply reliability in the future. And we rely on publicly available calcium baselines to assess its reliability, and that gives us a time series of CVP allocations under varying hydraulic conditions, and we use that to estimate its reliability for both existing conditions as well as future levels of development. From a planning standpoint, we look at those reliability estimates with our demand projections to forecast when we might need to acquire new supplies. We also revisit our planning assumptions every 5 years to evaluate any change conditions. The calcium model provides estimate of CVP allocations, but we also look at Bureau of Reclamation policies for looking at our water shortage contingency plans. Specifically, they've established criteria for allocations under minimum public health conditions, so we'll look at that to evaluate our minimum allocations under those conditions. And then lastly, in terms of real time, we receive CVP allocations, very similar to the process DWR described earlier from the Bureau of Reclamation. They typically provide allocations, initial one in February and final in May. Those allocations can be delayed and have so in the recent past, and that creates some issues for contractors, especially during dry years when we're looking at demand management programs. Because of public notification requirements and public involvement, we really have to have a drought program established in the April time period, and having a delayed allocation presents some challenges in meeting that schedule. Also, real-time water supply and water quality are interlinked in the Delta, and the water year type establishes what standards, flow, and water quality must be met in the Delta, and that impacts the water quality we see at our intakes. It influences what intakes we could use, whether water quality be sufficient to fill Los Vaqueros or whether we're going to need additional deliveries for that. And so we do have staff that use a variety of tools, operations models, spreadsheet models, as well as water quality models to evaluate our operations, optimize them for water supply, water quality, as well as costs on a real-time basis. So that concludes my summary.
Well, thank you. Russ, I'm really glad you're here because we have almost all urban users otherwise, so.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to represent a portion of the agricultural community. I think we're a pretty good size, so I hope we're representative, at least. Just a little bit about myself. I'm the resource manager for Westlands Water District. That involves managing the district's water supply, including its contracts with reclamation, short-term water purchases, and implementation of Sigma. So we're working on a Sigma plan. Hope to have that out by the end of the year. A little bit about the district. It's approximately 600,000 acre agricultural district in western Fresno and Kings counties. As the crow flies, it's about a 100-mile jaunt from the delta due south along the aqueduct to where our district begins, and it continues down to about Kettleman City. In terms of demands, the district has primarily agricultural use. They grow about 60 different crops within the district, and the primary crops of interest are the almonds, pistachios, tomatoes, cotton, lettuce, melons, onions, and grapes. We do have a little bit of incidental municipal and industrial use, mostly related to processing and deliveries to some unincorporated communities that support the farming operations. It's primarily rural usage out there. The contracts or the water resources the district has primarily are the water contracts with reclamation. We have 7 water contracts totaling just under 1.2 million acre feet. We are typically short when we're at full production. District's demand at peak production is somewhere around 1.3 million acre feet. And the reliability of the contracts, as you may imagine, due to the regulations, is highly variable. And so that's one of the reasons reliability studies are very important to us. We have to determine how we're going to manage our groundwater supply year over year, and also determine how much water we're going to purchase on the open market. And our farmers have to decide how much they're going to plant or fallow. And as you may imagine, farmers' goal is to grow as much as they can, so they can cover their costs for their land and their investments in infrastructure, including wells, equipment, personnel, you name it. The primary purposes, aside from estimating, our water supply every year, is we have to set our rates to cover our operational costs. So we're keen to study the annual operational studies that DWR and USBR produce. That really sets our water rate for the year. And then for longer term projects, we're looking at the CalSim type models to decide whether we're going to be investing in new storage projects such as Sites or Temperance Flat or Los Vaqueros, and conveyance, possibly. Delta Water Fix was one we referred to the models a lot for, to decide whether the cost of those projects were going to be feasible for agricultural use. And using the output from CalSim, we're able to estimate what the reliability is and estimate what the annual repayment cost would be. Other uses we have for the reliability estimates that we make, we are currently, as I mentioned earlier, working on a groundwater sustainability plan for our basin. It's going to be, whether we're able to achieve sustainability is going to be heavily influenced on what the reliability of our surface supplies are. We think our basin can sustainably produce about 250,000 acre feet a year, and we're doing the math on whether that combined with a 40% reliability under current regulatory conditions on our contracts is going to allow the farmers to grow what they have historically. In terms of the types and frequencies of models we're looking at, I mentioned the shorter term operational studies that DWR and Reclamation prepare. We look at those as soon as they start coming out, usually in late November, early December, because we're setting our water rates and trying to give our growers as much information as we can about what the water supply might be, so that they can make their planting decisions. As Jeff mentioned, we get our initial allocation usually in February, and it's typically conservative. For instance, last year it opened at 20%, but by April it was up to 50%. it's hard for our growers to operate under those types of conditions. So we do look at those estimates a little closer and try and refine them so that even though we expect a low allocation initially, we can tell the growers it's likely to increase. You can, plan on planting some more acres, because it's very difficult for growers to look back in the summer and see missed opportunities because they got water late. So that's the purpose for looking carefully at the short-term studies. As I mentioned earlier, the long-term studies are mainly used for comparative purposes of different regulations and features in the water system. We have looked in the past at the CalSim studies related to the long-term operations of the state and Central Valley projects. We'll be looking at those again when the reconsultation process is complete to see what the long-term prospects are for water supply. And of course, with the Water Quality Control Plan, we've studied the analysis the State Board has done using those models and tried to project what that might do to our water supply. And apologize for the brevity of my comments, but I hope that offers you more opportunity to ask me questions in the Q&A session.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Jennifer Nevels, who's got some PowerPoint to bring up.
All right, perfect. My name is Jennifer Nevels. I'm a Principal Resource Specialist at Metropolitan Water District. I worked in the planning side of things for about 14 years. My duties have shifted, so I may not have some exact, perfectly right numbers for you, but the concepts I definitely have. So I will walk you through some of our key planning processes in terms of water reliability estimation. I've listed them essentially in sort of short to long-term order. I'm going to focus on the long-term water supply planning aspect, but I just wanted to put it in context of sort of the different areas where we do different work in estimating of reliability. First off is our water surplus and drought management process. We call it our wisdom process. That may or may not be true. And this is our seasonal look at informing operations and informing management decisions within a season. We have a variety of spreadsheet tools and statistical models that help us with that. But we really rely heavily on DWR Aaron's shop. So the things that he talked about really help inform us as we go through the water year and those conditions develop. The next two, drought contingency planning and emergency planning, are sort of midterm length from a year to maybe 5 years. Drought contingency planning, there we mix tools from the short and long term to meet requirements for state board reporting, for urban water management plan reporting, that sort of thing. We have a separate emergency planning process where we determine how much emergency storage reserves we need or any sort of development needs in that. So that's more of a catastrophic sort of planning process where you would want to look at surviving, a year or a number of years of demands without imported supplies. So my focus will be on the long-term water supply planning process, and I'm going to touch just a little bit on robust decision-making, which is a process we've undertaken to look at additional uncertainty going forward. So these are our planning models that we use in our long-term process. I'm going to walk through them and sort of explain what each one does, and I think it'll sort of give a good picture of how we end up with our actual reliability estimates. So I'll start on the blue boxes. So as far as local supplies, Metropolitan supplies about half of the demands of the region. We have 26 member agencies, and they serve 19 million people approximately, and we account for about half of that demand. So the local agencies are producing the other half. So it's very important to work with them to get those local supply forecasts right. So a big chunk of that is groundwater. more than 90% of the groundwater in our area is adjudicated or managed. So that's basically a process where we work with the basin managers, water masters, to get a picture of what they can do into the future. And those forecasts have dropped as some of the basins have adjusted those yields. So we take that into account. There's some surface water production, mainly in San Diego County. So we would work with them to get a picture of the hydrologic impacts on those future supplies into the future and incorporate that into our forecast. We also, in the region, produce a large amount of recycled water, seawater desalination, and groundwater recovery or remediation. Each of those supplies has a different sort of methodology for forecasting what it will do in the future, but it involves an inventory process where we meet with our member agencies and look at the types of programs that they have existing, have under construction, have all the way to sort of conceptual, and we build those into our forecast going forward. So there's a different methodology for each of those types of projects, but again, it's a lot of coordination. And then another key factor in that local supply forecast is the Los Angeles aqueduct. Now, we call that a local supply because one of our member agencies provides it. Obviously, that's an imported supply to the city of Los Angeles, but it definitely has a great deal of hydrologic variability that we need to account for in determining what our needs are. The second box is conservation savings forecast. We put a great deal of effort into forecasting conservation savings. We look at both our active programs and our member agencies' active programs. So this is the devices, literally the toilets and shower heads. We have an inventory of them and where they were installed and the savings factors. So we track all of those things. There are also code-based, which is a larger chunk of that. And so that relies heavily on demographics and demographic forecasts. So that's something that we spend a lot of time on. Not the most glamorous part of water supply estimation, but very, very important. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when I talk about our retail demand forecasting model. One other piece of conservation that we also forecast is called system loss. So as people reduce demands, essentially their systems lose a smaller amount of water, which is kind of a weird way to look at it, but it's in our scale, it becomes important to the demand forecast. Okay, so I'll move on to the retail demand forecast. We have an econometric demand model that was built for us by the Brattle Group. It's pretty sophisticated, and I think that speaks to, again, our sort of size and capability to do these kind of advanced planning methodologies. But what it does is it forecasts sectoral demands, so single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, industrial. And the primary drivers is actually 26 individual retail demand models, one for each member agency. And those drivers are price, precipitation, income, lot size, household size, employment. Those are some of the major drivers. So those inform water demand going forward. And so there, that ties back to those demographic forecasts. So we rely on the Southern California Association of Governments and the San Diego County Association of Governments for their regional transportation planning. They provide essentially CEQA coverage for us by doing those planning efforts. We take their transportation and analysis zones and divide them into our member agencies using GIS tools. It's a very tedious process, but you come up with very defined demand areas for each member agency, and then you will have access to those drivers required by the econometric demand model into the future. So in addition to that econometric model, we work with our member agencies to forecast agricultural demand. There is a small amount of ag demand, specifically in sort of the Riverside and San Diego County areas. There is groundwater replenishment demand, and there is also demand for seawater barrier water. The sales model essentially takes all of those together. That's the box right smack dab in the middle, and does a calculation of the remaining demand on metropolitan. So you take retail demand minus local supply minus conservation, and the rest is demand for essentially imported supply. One other thing that the sales model does is it applies climate impacts and also some basic like demand distribution constraints. For imported supplies, we take calcium input, that's the bottom middle box there. We do a little bit of cajoling, as Sam mentioned. It doesn't have quite the hydrology set that we're using, and also it's a level of demand model, whereas our IRP sim is an index sequential model, and I'll show you on the next slide what that looks like. CRSS is the Colorado River Simulation System Model. We take input from there, and IRP sim is the tool that combines those all together to forecast reliability. Within IRP sim is our entire resource portfolio that reflects all of the constraints, contracts, programs available to manage that water, either in surplus or shortage. I think I'm running out of time, but so what IRP sim does is it creates a forecast of indexed sequential. So indexed refers to all of those sources and demands being indexed to the same hydrologic year. We don't split them apart. Okay. And the sequential means that they're kept in order, so they travel in, this hydrology sequence that you see there. So there's a number of things that you can pull from this sort of output, and these go back to Jay's first intro presentation. So one is you could look across and look at a time series scenario, and that's interesting to see, how a drought sequence performs in a certain set of years. And that's interesting, but I think what's more meaningful and where you get those exceedance charts is that you look down the row. So essentially you would have, I think we're at 91 outcomes right now in each forecast year. So you would have essentially an exceedance chart for each variable from 2020 to 2060. So it's a ton of data. And it's really beneficial for comparison purposes. So this is another thing that Jay touched on. It's looking at differences between scenarios is what it really provides value. And just a tiny, tiny bit on the last bullet there, looking at additional uncertainty is something that we're doing going forward. So this is our robust decision-making process. It's very complicated, but essentially what you're looking at is the cone of uncertainty. So in the present, you have a fairly small amount of uncertainty, and as you go through time across the bottom, that expands in all directions. And so we're undergoing a process to try and handle that full range of uncertainty. You can see there some of the things that we're looking at. We're working with the RAND Corporation to develop this. I think this time we're running about 15,000 future scenarios. And they have the capability to handle all of that data, and essentially what they do is they look through all of the outcomes and find common areas of failure, so to speak. So they identify key vulnerabilities. And so then when you know what your sort of common vulnerabilities are, you can, one, monitor those vulnerabilities, and two, potentially look at signposting and ways to help adapt or mitigate those before they, happen. So that's something that we're working on. We've done it twice now, and I'm just going to say it's very difficult to communicate that to management and to our board. Exceedance charts are enough, but when you have 15,000 of them, it doesn't.
Great.
That's an issue.
Great.
So thank you, and thank you for letting me go over.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. It's a lot to talk about in very short periods of time. We're going to have to, let's take maybe just a couple minutes of questions since we're running over a little bit, and because we have to transition to 2 more panels before lunch, and tempus fugit.
Yeah, this is a question for any and all, I guess, and I'm wondering, the general question is, how well do your forecast models actually predict the present? And I'm wondering if there's any particular gaps in the data that you need to drive or validate these models.
I can just comment that ours does a pretty good job at predicting the current, but that's because you essentially seed it with current conditions. So that's not really a fair answer, but that's really its purpose is more longer term planning.
So does that mean your data then are perfect? You get all the data you need and the models just work, or is there any data gaps? Or
Since we're running on an annual basis, I think the data is fairly good. When you get into finer timeframes, we have done some looks at modeling on a monthly or shorter period, then you do start to definitely run into data gaps.
I guess I'd like to say for our modeling, we don't use WEAP for predictive purposes. We use it very strictly for scenario comparison for planning. And so while you can look back and say in year 2015, for example, how well does it look under current conditions? And honestly, it isn't that far off. It does pretty good. But our focus isn't necessarily trying to replicate the past, because we know we can't exactly, because there's so much more. Our model is simple in that we have set operational rules that go into play based on what supplies and demands are happening in the model, where in reality there's politics. And that really can also drive in real time what is the decisions that are made with operations. So
I'll just briefly say, I mentioned the drought planning sequence as a very, our critical design drought. That was really tested in the recent drought, 2013, 14, 15 or so, depending on your system. And we feel the performance did very well. The planning held up. There were some unexpected things that happened in that drought period, and a lot of lessons learned. For example, CVP M&I allocations related to the reliability reports, and how potentially there's deviations from that, as well as mentioned earlier, curtailments during times where there's severe shortages. And we are working, we worked through lessons learned with that recent drought to try to build some of that into our planning, and we're going to try to roll that into our next urban water management plan update. The other thing, real briefly, is I mentioned demand elasticity and the customer cutbacks. That's always an uncertainty, and drought recovery is always a big uncertainty because there's compounding factors. For example, in the 2007 and 8 drought, there was a big economic downturn that happened concurrently with the drought. And so because of these factors, it was very difficult to predict the rebound, the recovery, because of course, outside constraints. And it looks like we ate up all the time on your questions.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to have to not have any more questions on this in order to have talks from the next panel. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate your time on this and your brevity.
So we will move on to the next panel. The consulting folks, actually they represent both aisles and mainly the usage side. So please take the seat. So Walt, you want to give a brief introduction and then start? Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Walter Beret from MBK Engineers, and I can give lots of introduction, but I'd rather dive in and save your time. So one of the things with water supply reliability, I know this has been brought up by others, is what's the definition of water supply reliability? And a lot of us look at it very differently. Is it the ability to meet your demands consistently? The probability your system doesn't fail? From a utilities perspective, it's your ability to provide uninterrupted service. From a water supply reliability standpoint, this definition changes depending on the type of water use. Whether it's urban, you'd be interested in public health and safety first, maybe outdoor use second. For agriculture, if you have permanent crops or annual crops, it'll differ. For annual crops, you may be interested in average annual water supply. For permanent crops, you want to keep those crops alive and healthy in the driest of conditions. So it is a different thing. For ecosystem water supply reliability, it varies depending on species. Whether you're looking at anadromous fish, because upstream spawning temperatures and habitat become very important, particularly in the critical years. For delta smelt, it's different. For the Pacific flyway and terrestrial species, it's also different. And there's so many different species in our system that the delta water supply reliability for those species is also very different. Hydropower is another water supply dependent resource. Recreation, whether you're looking at lake recreation or rivers, it's different. So when you look at analyzing water supply reliability, what do you want from your models? And in California, we tend to have to look at all of these things at the same time, which makes our situation much more complicated. Water supply reliability also differs depending on if you're looking at a household. There, you want your tap to come on when you go to the faucet. That's your reliability. Or you may want to keep your pool full, or you may want to grow your garden. For a single farm, compared to a water district, it's different. Water districts may have mixed resources. If you're looking at the water supply reliability like Mr. Reyes does with State Water Project, they're looking at deliveries to the State Water Project contractors, but those individual contractors have to look at water supply reliability with mixed resources that they may have available. And the CVP is looking at providing water to their customers. And so there's different scales of water supply reliability. And all the tributaries in the system differ. American River differs from the Sac River in terms of what they need for reliability. For the Delta, you've got to consider all the tributaries, and south of Delta, all the ecosystems. So it's all of these things need to be considered when you're looking at Delta water supply reliability. So some of the largest factors in defining water supply reliability and the tools that we analyze them with is the hydrology. And I do have a graph. Dr. Bray had one. I think others put up the unimpaired flow and the variability of unimpaired flow. Okay, so the unimpaired flow, when you look at how much water is available, easily varies by 10 million acre feet from year to year. And some years we have long periods of droughts, we have long periods of wet years, and when you look at trying to get reliability, we can't replicate wet years. There's not enough storage in the system. So dealing with that variability is the most uncertain. The second uncertainty is policy and regulations, which are constantly changing. When I look at project operations, assessing risk, do we want to bring our reservoirs down every year? What's the minimum demand we want? What's the risk we want to take for carryover? And that has a significant influence on our critical year reliability versus our average annual reliability. And there's many trade-offs in the system in terms of upstream habitat, delta habitat, temperatures upstream versus delta outflow, deliveries versus temperature, north of delta deliveries, south of delta deliveries, ag versus urban, and all of these are policy driven. So analytical tools, we've heard a lot about analytical tools, and most of the ones that were mentioned we're using, but one that I hadn't heard much of is historical data. when I look at our models, I look at what happened in history and what did we do under those conditions in history? What did we do in different droughts? What did we do in different wet periods? How did we operate? What did we learn from that? And what we did in the past, did it work? Should we have done something different? Are we learning from what we did? And one of the things that I've learned is that water supply reliability is a function of ecosystem health. And this is one thing that our water operations models can't really predict too well. So some of the things that we've seen is over history, we've built dams, we've had less outflow. And then in the 90s and earlier this century, we increased delta outflow. What I learned is it didn't fix the delta. That's just cause and effect. Let's look at what we did and how much it helped. Some of the things I see now are some of the floodplains and the habitat improvements and the data that I've seen there. I've seen that we are improving ecosystem health. Concluding thought, common sense is the tool we're missing the most. People look at these models and they don't understand the system and they don't know what it means, and you just have to do homework. After 10 years, I thought I knew the system. After 20 years, I thought I knew a little bit more. After 30 years, I'm still learning. And I think we really have to dedicate our time to understanding and not just rely on the models. They go together.
Thank you. Can you move on to Andy Draper, please?
Good morning. My name's Andy Draper. I'm a principal engineer with Stantec, a public engineering company with offices here in Sacramento. I'm going to rush through 4 different projects to illustrate various aspects of water supply reliability. If we can move to the next slide. You've heard mention of the California Water Plan Update 2013. Stantec worked with SEI and the RAND Corporation using robust decision-making techniques to identify the vulnerabilities of water supplies within the Central Valley. And the figure on the right shows the model domain. It's a wheat-based model, and the spatial resolution is built around DWR's planning area units. It's a transient model as compared to a fixed level of development, and the model marches through time from 2006, in this case, through to 2050, simulating 198 different scenarios, representing a mix of both climate change scenarios and growth scenarios. The vulnerability of water supplies under current water management was quantified in terms of performance thresholds. For example, for the urban sector in the Sacramento Valley, we used a supply threshold of 98%. Everything below that supply threshold was regarded as the failure of our system. Each symbol in the middle figure on the slide indicates the reliability of meeting the threshold for one of the 198 simulations. In the subsequent part of the study, we considered a portfolio of management actions that we which we termed response packages that help alleviate the vulnerabilities that we had identified in the middle figure. So moving on to the Los Vaqueros expansion project, which again you've heard mention of, this is a more conventional reservoir yield analysis. The existing reservoir has its source of water in the delta. It's 160,000 acre-feet, and Stantec is helping Reclamation and Contra Costa Water District looking at expanding that reservoir through to 275,000 acre-feet. For this analysis, we coupled the calcium model with an optimization driver for the purposes of A, sizing new facilities, pipelines, pumping stations, and secondly, looking at water supply parameters, operational parameters. First, we identified a set of calcium-2 inputs that would be controlled by the optimization driver. And secondly, we defined an objective function, which was defined in terms of the calcium-2 output. Numerous model runs were made in an automated mode controlled by the optimization driver to identify the set or sets of input parameter values that provided what we call Pareto optimal results. So basically a coupled simulation model with an optimization driver to identify both facility sizes and operational parameters. Moving on to the third study, American River Basin study. This is one of Reclamation's studies geared towards looking at climate change and developing adaptation strategies and actions for long-term sustainable water management. The main simulation model that we chose for this study is calcium-3. It's a new version of the calcium-2 model that you've heard so much about this morning. And we selected it because it simulates both the surface water system and is linked to a distributed finite element-based groundwater model. Additionally, for calcium-3, we've developed upper watershed models for the Yuba, the Bear, the America, and the Consumnes. I wanted to quickly go through the climate change analysis for this study, which is being conducted by Reclamation's Technical Service Center in Denver. This study uses a fixed level of development approach. Ensemble-informed scenarios incorporate the period signal change. So if we're looking at a mid-century level of development, we're looking at climate change signal from existing conditions through to 2050. The GCM projections that were selected were based on the projected in-basin precipitation and temperature over the American River Basin. So we're selecting GCMs that have a particular impact on the American River Basin. So we've targeted our analysis to this basin rather than the Central Valley or California as a whole. And projected changes in climatic inputs were then mapped onto the historical climate using a method known as quantile mapping. So we're still we're doing a fixed level of development analysis. We're using the historical hydrology, in this case running from 1922 through 2015, but that historical hydrology has been tweaked to represent the effects of climate change.
I think you have final thoughts before we move on. Just one.
I'll finish with the slide on the American River Basin study, just to emphasize that it's a two-part process. You have to come up with a climate change precipitation and temperature drivers, and then run those through a hydrology model to produce the runoff that finally goes into the model.
Thank you. Thank you. We move on to Chuck Young. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Chuck Young. I'm with the Stockholm Environment Institute, and this morning I'll be talking about the Sacramento Water Allocation Model, a simulation tool for the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. Just some quick background. SEI. Oh, I haven't started. Awesome. I'm going to keep talking. SEI is the developer of the WEEP software, which others have been referring to. And two of our major projects over the past years have been in developing the Central Valley Planning Area Model, the CVPA model that's been described and used in the water plan updates, and then the Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SACWAM, which I'll talk a bit about now. SACWAM was designed for use in the Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. It's designed to assess water supply reliability under a range of regulatory scenarios, and it includes a dynamic simulation of hydrology, which allows the incorporation of climate change. Thank you. Some of the features of the model, it has a schematic of the rivers and streams of the Sacramento Valley and Delta region. Importantly, it includes upper watershed areas and the operations of hydropower projects in the upper watersheds. It has numerous reservoirs and the operations related to those reservoirs. It has a representation of various urban demands throughout the study area, and including a simplified representation of demands going down the San Joaquin Valley and over the Tehachapi's as a representation of the demand on the Delta. It also includes a daily simulation of soil moisture to calculate agricultural demands, and it simulates some of the demands from wildlife refuges. It has many stream flow gauges, which we used for comparing simulated values to observed values throughout the model. And it also has numerous flow requirements. Very importantly, it includes flow requirements that the board wants to study as potential enforcement points for new flow policy. And those are located typically at the mouth of tributaries to the Sacramento River as well key locations on the Sacramento River. Some additional features. The simulation period is 1922 to 2015. While the soil moisture calculations are done on a daily time step, the water allocation routine runs on a monthly time step. The entire simulation includes upper watershed hydrology if the user chooses to. Currently, it's using specified inflows in the upper watersheds. As I mentioned, it has upper watershed operations. Very importantly for the board, it was developed to calculate unimpaired flows, as this is the basis for the flow requirements that they are studying. It represents ag, urban, and refuge water use. It's designed to calculate stream flows at particular points of interest to the board. It has that dynamic calculation of hydrology. It includes a representation of the delta, its flows, and its salinity. It includes a representation of Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations. And additionally, it represents local project operations, that is, projects outside of the CVP and SWP service areas. My final slide. Good. I just had some conclusions or ideas based on experience over the years in working with these types of models. Simulation models for analysis of supply reliability may need, and I would say may need, depending on the scale of the analysis you're doing and the particular questions that need to be asked of the model. Flexible methods for specifying supply, demand, and environmental flows. Obviously, a big one here is climate change. As we see, things may not be the same as they were in the past. We need to be able to account for that in our modeling. The ability to simulate complex operations rules. I think it goes without saying, if we're operating in the California water complex system, it's going to be complicated, and we need the ability to capture that in these models. Something we've done some, and I know others have done more of, is linking or interacting with economics models. I think it's important that we expand our analysis to include potential changes in cropping into the future, land use expansion, that sort of thing, which economic models can provide us some guidance on. Obviously, groundwater is increasingly important, and we need a robust representation of that in our models. And water quality and water temperature are also of importance and need to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Joy, Roy, Tetra Tech.
Thank you. Okay, and I have a PowerPoint hidden. So again, thanks to the council for giving me this opportunity to speak and to describe some of the projects that we're doing. I chose to spend my few minutes today to give you a sampling of some different things we have done or are doing at different spatial and temporal scales, without getting into too much specifics on any one of these projects. But it gives you a sense of what we in the consulting realm do. These aren't These aren't regular products, but these might be designed to enhance our understanding of a certain aspect of the system. So there's 4 projects that I'll speak of. A system-wide project looking at climate change in sigma, an approach towards seasonal scale forecasting with oceanic indices, and a more focused effort on delta islands, better understanding how water gets used within the delta, and finally, a better characterization of flow salinity relationships, which are the basis of a lot of management, flow management in the system. So it'll be a very brief overview of each of these. So we have developed an integrated modeling system to look at some of the new changes, some of the new regulatory drivers on top of climate change that are happening in California, sigma being one of them, minimum flow requirements on streams being another requirement, another developing requirement. And you'll see many of these tools like CalSim and C2VSim are state-developed tools, and we've integrated them in new ways. That's not original, but I think what's different here is that we can explore a wider range of scenarios. This is funded by the USDA, and we can look at a broad range of open-ended scenarios, including how major changes might have to occur in the Central Valley to account for some of the more extreme conditions that might be expected. So this complements a lot of the state work, but also, I believe, expands it in directions that agencies don't necessarily do. Another completely different perspective is looking at seasonal scale forecasting. As many of you know, precipitation in California is driven by patterns across the Pacific Ocean, and in research that we've done, funded by NASA and Los Angeles Department of Power, we found particular strengths in correlations with something called the North Pacific High, which is an indicator of sea level pressure off the coast of Alaska. And we find that those indices are also supportive of monthly winter precipitation in California. So we've looked, for example, this is published work, you can see correlations between the Northern Sierra and the Central Sierra and the NPH. And we've used this kind of data to develop more focused time series models that can give you a 5 to 6 month look ahead in the early part of the wet season. And again, this could be something that is used for forecasting and for planning over a somewhat longer time horizon than is typically done. A whole different approach is looking at delta islands. In recent years, in the last couple of years, there's been new regulation, especially SB 88, to do more intensive monitoring of diversions from streams in California. Some of that's being applied in selected islands, and this is a project funded by the Metropolitan Water District, and they own a few of these islands. And so we have access to some data that are being collected, including data on how power is being used, how much is being diverted from the delta channels. And we can couple these with models to better characterize the island scale water budget. And this then can be broadened to a delta scale to better characterize delta water use. And that's it's a quantity that's had a significant amount of uncertainty going back a long time, in part because there's not been island-specific data collected. And shifting gears one more time, we're using data such as salinity, primarily in this case X2, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which is a metric that's used for managing outflows in the delta, and X2 has been studied well. It can be characterized through salinity measurements, and there's been a history of modeling of X2 and flow. So here there's a set of models that have been developed over the last 25 years, varying levels of complexity. And we find that when we apply those models to X2 in certain years, so this is the recent year, water year 2016, there are periods that none of these models do well. And part of the reason we think is because some of the flow terms, delta outflow, is not adequately characterized. So this is a way to better understand how we might be able to relate flow and salinity better than we have in the past. And so that, I'm in the yellow zone. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the science type work we're doing to better understand and better fill in gaps in the data. And
thank you very much. Yes, yeah. We can get few questions? Any questions? Yes, please.
I have a question about system flexibility, and Walter, hey Walter, referred to common sense and looking back. Do any of these models take that look back information and account for things such as water transfers among water users within a system? So for example, Central Valley Project, the districts often trade amongst each other depending on many conditions. I'm wondering, how do these models account for that sort of trading and effort to improve reliability?
Maybe I can start that off. In calcium, we have modeled water transfers in the past. Since the water transfers are handled outside of the accounting that occurs in the system, we often post-process the model results and determine, what's the reduction in consumptive use, where that water is made available, is there capacity to move it through the system where the buyers are. And we actually do this in real-time operations when we're forecasting water transfers. It's a similar type of effort. And folks like Aaron Miller, when they do their forecast of operations, you look at what's the available capacity at the Delta export pumps to transfer water. That's just north to south, but there's transfers that occur within the Sac Basin. There's a lot that occur within the Tulare and San Joaquin basins. And the models don't do a really good job simulating those because they're really done outside the normal accounting for the tools. But there are a lot of tools that are specific for addressing that specialized accounting.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, please.
I also had a question for Walter.
Can you come forward? He's going to give you the microphone.
My name's... Is this one? Yeah. My name's Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And the calcium model has sort of generalized rules for reservoir, the rules that divide water supply into delivery versus carryover, and they don't necessarily correspond to any specific year. And Walter, I thought that your presentation about the trade-offs, how does that affect the evaluation of trade-offs of increasing carryover storage versus reducing versus increasing yield?
That's a really good question. In calcium, what the rules that are in there are kind of middle of the road, if you will, or something that we try to get as practical as possible. Like Eric Ray's mentioned, he talks to Aaron Miller. How do you do that in real time? How should we represent that in the model? What do we want to come up with? We have in the past done quite a number of analyses to increase the risk, draw reservoirs down more, look what happens in the dry years. What if we keep the reservoirs higher? What does that mean for average annual deliveries and for dry year reliability? So the models are geared to be something that operators believe is a reasonable balance. And we have, again, done quite a number of analysis, and I believe Eric Ray's has also done analysis to test the sensitivity of those risks.
Thank you very much. So we ran out of time, and thank you very much, the panel, insightful information. We move on to the next panel.
To the last panel before lunch. So quickly, let's move to the last panel before lunch. For this panel, we have two academic speakers and two from environmental organizations. And environmental water supply reliability is a growing concern, and how to mesh it with the other forms of reliability, I think, is likely to be something we will want to spend some time on. So once again, we'll start one end of the, and we'll move along. So we'll start with Professor Josue Medellin from University of California, Merced.
Thank you, Jay. Can you hear me well? I'll skip the introduction. So I will be talking about the economic aspects behind water supply, reliability, estimations, and shortage costs. So I would like to start by stating the difference between price and cost, right? So in the absence of any coupons, of any discounts, we all often pay the same price for a gallon of gasoline, a gallon of milk, an iPhone, or even tuition, thinking in the academic world. But we all bear a different cost for it. So unlike price, cost is about trade-offs, and it's about what are we giving up in order to obtain something. What are we giving up in order to send our kids to college or to use that fancy phone, right? And this is part of what this chart is showing you. That chart comes from a paper from Dr. Sodet and Professor Long on the YOLO bypass, which, as you know, is a multi-purpose, multi-objective project that has been quite successful. And this shows us what are we doing in the horizontal and vertical axis. We can see potential habitat. And there's a blue area there that shows us costs of different inundation alternatives to agriculture. What are we giving up in agriculture in order to achieve a certain amount of habitat, and can be very revealing. So this shows you what can be achieved at different levels of activity or inundation in cost. It can show you what you do, if what you can get if you do not do any investments, or what you can achieve at a slightly higher cost, giving up, of course, the trade-off will be in this case some agricultural yield losses, right? And this is also recycling another chart from Dr. Lund, and this shows you reliability, how we start through a set of actions. How do we achieve a certain target level of demand, which is shown by that horizontal line there. And each of these actions will come at a certain cost. We usually start with the lowest cost alternatives. But where do these costs come from? And these come, as you might have suspected, from economic models. And this chart shows you what we've seen in some of us have seen in our economic classes. That is a downward slope demand curve. And the intuition behind it is quite simple. High price, we have a less demand. A lower price, we get a lower demand. And if we usually operate at a certain equilibrium price, which is usually a market price. So so if we lose some of our supply of water, we incur in some scarcity cost that is given in that area. And as simple as it sounds, the hard part is to estimate that demand curve, because scarcity means different things for each of us. And while you might feel a scarcity for the price of a Toyota Camry changes, you might not feel any scarcity if the Ferrari price changes, right? So this is all relative, and it's a challenge to estimate that. Another way to see it is just showing this chart that was shown earlier, and lines up the crops from low value to high value crops. And but another thing is thinking in terms of cost. We just invert this cost, and if there's any water scarcity, we just go from the lowest value commodities to the higher value commodities. So this is another example of how these costs work. We also have, of course, capital costs, which are pretty tangible. We just have an investment and are able to figure out how much it will be the mortgage payment or the loan payment. Those are pretty tangible. And there are others less tangible, which are the environmental opportunity costs to other sectors, such as agriculture in the case of providing habitat, right? This is from a recent study on drought. We can see here in the map, the red bar shows you the estimated shortages of water by basin, and in the blue bars shows you how much we were able to meet by increased groundwater pumping. And the chart on the right shows you how these costs varied by basin. So this is an example of an operating cost. Using the same model, we see how irrigated areas are impacted. We can see that the less valuable commodities such as feed crops, grains, and others can have a higher impact than the fruit, nuts, and vegetables that are often more in a better position to pay for scarce water. So promising avenues for data and research. So this is these beautiful pictures are from a study commissioned by the Delta Water Master on a consumptive use, and shows you the value of land use. We can do much better in models if we get the demand side well. So if we can estimate better consumptive use, we can certainly get some better information for our models. These are some water management and policy insights. I would like to just highlight better water accounting is very, very beneficial. Portfolio approaches can pay off if we use markets and lastly, reliability, we should think also about quality, not just quantity. And with that, I conclude.
Should have some slides.
Do we have slides? Okay. Perfect. Hi, my name is Mustafa Dogan. I'm a PhD student at UC Davis. Today I'm going to talk about some Calvin results involving delta exports under several different climate and management conditions. But before that, I would like to acknowledge Calvin team, Ceylan, Jose Medellin, and John Herman. I'm going to start with briefly describing a Calvin model. It is an statewide integrated hydroeconomic optimization model for California and covers about 90% of agricultural and urban demands. And the model optimizes water allocation to these users with an objective to minimize total cost of allocation and scarcity within environmental, physical, and policy constraints. The model uses 82 years of monthly hydrology to represent hydrologic variability and uses groundwater and surface water conjunctively in addition to desalination, potable and non-potable recycled wastewater. A major limitation with the model is perfect hydrologic foresight. It knows all the hydrologic events in its modeling period, but we also now have a limited foresight version of the model. Okay, I'm going to show some delta exports reliability results from our recent paper. So I evaluated these under 5 policies and 2 climate conditions, okay? Historical and warm dry. Warm dry scenario reduces overall water availability by about 30%, which is comparable to 2014 drought conditions, okay? And the 5 policies are, policy 1 is the base case, and policy 2 through 5 reduces, it eliminates the long-term groundwater overdraft with additional constraints, okay? So policy 2 is no overdraft policy, and for example, policy 3 is no overdraft plus no reduction in delta outflow. Policy 4, no overdraft and no additional delta exports, and policy 5 is no overdraft and no delta exports. Let's take a look at the results. These are the monthly exports. So exports are water transfers from Delta Mendota Canal and California Aqueduct. And this is the monthly export and monthly frequency, the exceedance probability. Okay, so baseline. So first look at the continuous lines, please. So base case is the green line. Mostly overlaps with other policies except for the no overdraft case, which is significantly higher than the base case. So when you eliminate long-term overdraft, so it increases the delta water demand and exports. And most of this additional water is coming from water trace from north of delta, but majority is coming from reduced surplus delta outflow. And second important result is the dashed lines. So let's take a look at dashed lines, which is warm dry hydrology. So it reduces the reliability of delta exports in all policies, and the biggest reduction occurs when no overdraft policy is implemented without reducing historical delta outflow under warm dry climate. And to conclude, so the no overdraft policy, which is policy 2 under historical hydrology, increases the delta water demand, but warm dry hydrology reduces delta's water reliability with simply no water to export. And the biggest reduction occurs when current or historical total delta outflow conditions are kept. And also, just like California's water system, its surface water and groundwater problems are also connected. So if you are trying to solve, for example, groundwater problem, it can have significant effects on surface water operations. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
My name is John Kane. I'm the Central Valley Director of Flood Management for American Rivers. And I don't have a PowerPoint today, but I did provide a written description of my presentation. As you know, fish and wildlife need water at certain times to successfully complete their life cycles. And efforts by environmentalists to obtain this water is one of the things that has led to this decades-long discussion about how to balance water between different uses, which is, I think, one of the reasons we're here today. My work and my presentation today focuses on flood management because, particularly floodplain restoration, because changes in flood management is one of the few places, one of the few management changes that can improve water supply reliability for one sector without reducing reliability for other sectors. Floodplain restoration, or more specifically, increasing the frequency of floodplain inundation, can provide very significant benefits for fish and wildlife, particularly Chinook salmon. But how do we actually increase the frequency of inundated floodplains? There's 4 general ways you can think about doing this. One is simply increasing the amount of water you release from reservoirs to inundate floodplains more frequently. That, of course, takes a lot of water away from other sectors. Other ways would be to excavate the floodplain so that the floodplain gets wetter with the existing amount of flows. That takes a lot of fossil fuel and energy. And a third way is to raise the channel invert, or otherwise reduce the channel conveyance capacity of the channel so water gets out onto the floodplains at lower flow events. And a fourth sort of a variation of that is to actually impound water on floodplains, like in the Yolo bypass. Implementation of these last 3 ideas are promising because they're potentially water neutral, but they require obtaining a permit from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board or the Corps of Engineers to modify the flood system, since the lower reaches of the Sacramento, San Joaquin, or virtually all of the Sacramento and San Joaquin and the lower reaches of its tributaries are in the regulatory floodway. And obtaining these permits is virtually impossible if there's if there's even a small chance that the permitted actions will increase flood stage during large events. So we have this great opportunity to restore floodplain habitat to improve conditions for fish without a lot of new water. But it's almost impossible to do because you have to get permits that are difficult to get. In our view, the only way to get floodplain restoration projects at scale and permitted is to actually expand the floodway so that it is possible to increase flood stage and the area of inundation during annual pulse flow events without increasing flood stage during extreme events, because there's a larger area for the water to spread out. Floodway expansion, however, is a major undertaking, especially if you attempt to do it from top to bottom in the system. But I argue here in the handout that I provided that it's going to be necessary to safely respond to a changing climate. On the Sacramento system, DWR and the Central Valley Flood Plan already call for expanding the bypasses to accommodate a 10 to 20% increase in expected peak flows. But in the San Joaquin, expected increases of the peak flows are somewhere on the order of 60 to 80% increases in peak flow. And there's simply no plan to actually expand the levee system in the San Joaquin to accommodate these, aside from a proposed bypass at Paradise Cut, which some of you visited a couple of years back with me. And that is moving forward slowly. In my document, I make the argument that floodway expansion could yield a number of water supply benefits, and you can look into those a little bit more. But I want to spend the remainder of my time describing one underappreciated mechanism by which floodway expansion could yield significant water supply reliability benefits. We have spent over 100 years trying to figure out how to convey more flood flows through these channels, starting with a whole lot of clearing and snagging programs prior to even the invention of the automobile. And so we've cleared out and simplified all of these channels. We've essentially channelized our system. And if we wanted to increase reduce channel conveyance capacity, it's going to get water up against the levees, and that's just not going to be permittable. But if we're able to actually decommission the levee system, which I think is something that's possible in the San Joaquin, then we can actually begin to raise the channel invert, we can add large woody debris to the channel, and we can begin to see inundation events happening at lower discharges. And what's exciting about this, and I talk about it in the paper a little bit, is this leads to a positive feedback mechanism where overbank flows increase channel complexity, increase overbank flows. Increased channel complexity results in different kinds of habitats, which are good for anadromous salmon. And in particular, we create temperature refugia because of the increases in hyporheic flow, a term I first learned from Dr. Resch. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Zimmerman. I'm lead freshwater scientist with the Nature Conservancy in California. And I've been hearing a lot today about environmental flows and how that creates a lot of uncertainty. And part of the reason for that is that most of our rivers in the state don't have environmental flow recommendations. And a lot of the places where we do have them, we're not super explicit about what we hope to achieve from those recommendations. So I've been working with a pretty big collaborative group to develop an environmental flow framework for the entire state of California. And we, part of our group, USGS and UC Berkeley and the Nature Conservancy recently finished an effort to model unimpaired flows in every stream in the state on the NHD plus hydrography. And using that layer, or those data, we then compared those unimpaired flows to observed flows at USGS stream gauges. And this is one of the figures from a paper we recently published in a special issue of Freshwater Biology all about environmental flows. And what we found, unsurprisingly, is that most of the rivers in the state are altered. 95% showed some alteration at least some of the time. But there isn't a consistent pattern of alteration. So most places have depleted flows for some years and some times of the year, and inflated flows for other years or other times of the year. And that's because we've done a really good job at just removing the variability from our hydrographs. So we've taken water from the wet parts of the state and moved it to the dry parts, and we've taken water from the wet times of the year and moved it to the dry times of the year. And so that, has done a lot of benefit for us as far as human uses, but that's really where a lot of the detriment has begun with our ecosystems. And trying to protect ecosystems is complicated because aquatic biology is complicated. And there's all kinds of considerations in developing environmental flows that we often don't adequately take into account. When we set a flow recommendation, what we're really trying to do is to say what's the minimum amount of water we have to leave in stream so that we can take the maximum. And we don't think about that variability and changes in ecosystems and different species needs and temporal considerations, spatial scale, all these other things. So this is a list of a bunch of the questions that are problematic when setting environmental flows. And a couple of the key ones are, what do we mean? What does it mean to sustain ecological outcomes? Do we mean avoiding jeopardy like we try to achieve with biological opinions, or do we mean really supporting an intact ecosystem? Those are very different things. And then how do we analyze trade-offs among competing objectives? And that means both for the ecosystem as well as human uses. And can we be explicit about what those objectives are so that we can really evaluate those interactions and those trade-offs? There's all kinds of other considerations. How do we choose from the hundreds of metrics available for hydrology and the ecosystem and account for shifting baselines, all the things that we've heard about today. So to start to address this, we've developed a statewide environmental flows framework that has 2 tiers. So tier 1 is an effort to set environmental flow recommendations for every stream segment in the state based on reference flow for 4 important ecological flow or functional flow components. And then the second tier is to say we know that won't be adequate everywhere, either because there's habitat degradation, water quality issues, or human needs that can't be met under those flow recommendations. So can we identify where those places are and set regional or site-specific environmental flows only where necessary? And then the overall objective is to have better coordination, so we're not just applying, all kinds of different environmental flow methods everywhere. Can we share data and have better information dissemination? So tier 2 is based on the functional flow approach, and the idea is that there's 4 key components of the hydrograph that are ecologically important. And the hypothesis here is that if we were to set flow recommendations based on reference ranges of these flow components, we would be broadly ecologically protective. And so those components are wet season initiation flows or the fall flow pulses, peak magnitude flows in the winter, spring recessions, which is the transition between the wet season flows and the dry season, and then those dry season low flows. And then in tier 2, is where, okay, there we go. In tier 2 is where you would incorporate more local data. So the idea is that this is really time and labor intensive. You wouldn't want to do it everywhere, only where you need to. But the really important part here is to define explicit management objectives. And those are not necessarily targets. They're just the things that we care about. We want to protect ecosystems. What does that mean? We want to have water supply. What does that mean? And then just to show you a couple tools we have available using that unimpaired flows database, we've been putting together a web tool. You can access it at this website here. You can click on any of these blue stream segments in the state and look at our predictions for unimpaired flows. And just to give you an example, we have all the stream gauges on this tool, and where you have the stream segments that are colored purple, you can compare observed flows to our predicted. And so this is an example for the Sacramento River downstream of the Verona gauge, and you can see an example of where those observed flows averaged across all years in purple really show this kind of flatlining of the variability of the hydrograph compared to the blue lines, which are predicted natural. And then if you're more interested in this flows framework, this is the website we have available, so you can visit that and get some information. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. We now have about 5 minutes for questions. Questions? Everyone is assessing the trade-off between lunch and questions. Well, for John and Julie, what are your thoughts on water supply reliability for environmental purposes? I mean, this is sort of different world, something we probably need to think about more seriously. The struggle has always been, well, let's just get piles of water for the environment because they really need more, without really looking at the reliability in terms of functional flows and the like. So maybe you can elaborate just a moment on this.
Right. I mean, I've struggled with that. I've been in a lot of these meetings where we're trying to evaluate blocks of water, and from an environmental perspective, that doesn't mean much, right? Because what really matters is on this daily basis what you're providing and what it looks like for the hydrograph and whether you're getting floodplain functions and connectivity in the channel. So I think I was thinking about when Tina spoke this morning about just how we view things differently and the need to have that language where we can communicate what that means across disciplines. I think that taking this approach of having the minimum is really what has caused a lot of the reliability problem, because if you're always trying to just leave the minimum in river and you underestimate that, then you're never going to achieve your outcomes. And I think that's where we are right now.
American Rivers and the Nature Conservancy and other groups have spent a lot of time over the last few years trying to define what the environmental objectives are we're trying to achieve, and particularly have a lot of detail around Chinook salmon, what kind of survival rates we want to see in different reaches, particularly in the San Joaquin Basin. And then the Nature Conservancy has done a lot of work mapping out how much rearing habitat we would need to meet these survival objectives for juvenile salmon moving out. So I would say that if we want to get talking about environmental reliability, we really need to define what our environmental objectives are, and that can become overwhelming when we talk about multiple species. But we can start with a couple of species, and we have made some good progress on that. I'll point you all to the Central Valley Flood Plan Conservation Strategy that actually identifies historically how many of a particular species were there, what was the population size of a particular species, how much habitat there was to support those species, how much habitat do we think we need to recover those species, not to restore them to their historical conditions, and then that can serve as our objective going forward if it's recovery. But we actually need some kind of number to be scaling our planning efforts to, because simply having a vague idea of we want things to increase has not been sufficient.
Certainly, also, it finally comes down to the scaling issue, right? Because you have a microcosm, you are working with one river and one ecosystem, and then if you look at the whole system, you have many of these things, and how these things are connected is quite important to understand if you are looking at the whole delta, so that, taking your results to the whole system is also probably can be done by modeling or some tools. But you have any thoughts?
Yes, I definitely think modeling. So I've also have a background in decision analysis where everything is based on setting explicit objectives and looking at trade-offs based on models. And your models can be simple, or they can be complex, or they can be in your head, but you have to have some way of specifying how you're getting those outcomes and evaluating trade-offs. And I think that's the approach we need to take, is to set up models of, this is our conceptual understanding of how this works. Let's write it down somehow, whether it's a spreadsheet, whether it's a conceptual framework, whether it's a big quantitative model. And then we update it over time. We look at the trade-offs, implement something, you get some result, and then you update your information. And that's the only way you can really move forward. It's just too complex to do it otherwise.
Thank you. We're really running out of time. We will have time for discussion later on. I want to turn this over to Tom and Edmund to discuss about how we're going to do the lunch and the afternoon. But I would like to thank all the speakers and all the panels and the audience and the board members for their tolerance in putting up with this death march of short presentations. I think we've covered an incredible breadth, and I really appreciate all the effort that everyone has made on this.
I'll say a few words about process before Edmund describes the food. You all on your name tags have a table number, and those will be the discussion groups at lunch. And basically what we'd like you to do is address issues and challenges associated with water supply reliability. We've heard a lot this morning that hopefully will provide good input, and of course there's a substantial amount of personal experience to contribute to the discussions. There will be a discussion leader at each table who will afterwards in the plenary session summarize the results of your dialogue. And then also there will be a note taker, and it's important because we are sort of racing through stuff. You may talk about stuff that's important but really doesn't make it into the plenary discussion presentation. We'd like to record that in your notes so that we have access to the discussions at each of the tables. And with that, Edmund will describe the route to food.
All right. So if you guys purchased a lunch at the registration booth, it should be right outside. So grab your lunch, come back in here at your table. We'll probably reconvene for the discussion around 15 minutes. So I know we're kind of behind schedule, so don't be intimidated by what we're going to do during lunch. It's meant to be very informal. And during the report out, if you guys just mainly used it to socialize, that is a great opportunity for the ISB to get to know what everyone's doing. You can just say, we just fooled around over lunch. So don't feel like you have to report something back in 3 minutes.
Can we take our seats, please? Edmund, who's going to start the clock? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully you all had a very productive lunch and discussion. What we're going to do now is get brief reports from your discussion leaders of, I guess, their top list of what you discussed, and then the notes, as I mentioned earlier, will be passed on to us, so we'll hopefully get an idea of the total scope of your lunchtime discussion. So I guess the easiest thing would be just to go through the tables numerically. So we'll start with table 1, and if you could take about 3 minutes, and if you're starting to run over too long, I'll probably, Edmund will just take the mic away, I guess. So table 1.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Bray. I'm representing Table 1 today, and I am affiliated with East Bay Mud. We did spend a fair bit of time with introductions and learned a lot from each other and some of the background. So I did want to mention that, and thank you, Edmund, for allowing that to happen. Just 2 main topics we discussed. One is the portfolio idea. So a lot of the reliability work that's being done now by the agencies is looking at portfolios and the interaction that leads to, whether it's regional projects or state regional partnerships and so on. That seems to be the direction we're going. And we didn't discuss this, but personally, we did hear this earlier from the panel, that there's a lot of challenges communicating when you have a lot of options to decision makers. So I did want to mention that. The other thing we discussed is model usefulness, model representation. Every meeting I'm in with Jay, he always mentions all models are wrong, but some are useful. So of course, we talked a bit about the difficulty in representing systems and the fact that the granularity and the scale can be a challenge. It's an art with modeling, how well you're representing regional systems in a large-scale model, and how do you trade that off. And ultimately, Tina had a great point that a lot of it comes down to what's the model being used for, and that's a really key consideration when you're doing this. Another thing, I know my time's almost up, I just want to mention also SGMA, and the fact that SGMA, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, is a legal framework that's really pushed a lot of regional partnerships, and it's challenging folks to figure out how regionally folks can work together to improve their reliability and hopefully also make groundwater basins more sustainable. Thank you.
Hi, so table 2, we touch on a lot of what he said as well. So SGMA, regulatory issues with that were brought up, and the importance of groundwater in its representation, as well as just regulatory uncertainties in general was a big issue that was repeated. People also brought up standardization, especially documentation standards for modeling. And then future demand uncertainties were talked about, as well as things like the effects of wastewater recycling, snowpack estimation, ecosystem needs. So we had a good list of concerns everybody had. I think that was quite diverse.
My name's Tom Zuckerman. I have to introduce myself because I was not one of the panelists. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a longtime protector of the Delta and many years a lawyer and farmer and so forth in the Delta area and other places. But I'm kind of surprised. I thought our conversation here was way off the mark, but it turns out it's pretty much reflected by the first 2 tables. We started off talking a little bit about supply demand and how it's difficult to have equations when demands are usually overstated and supplies are usually understated. And so when you get into the real crises, it always seems some way to work its way through. We spent most of the rest of the time talking about groundwater replenishment and regional self-sufficiency, which is a subject which I've been involved in for quite some period of time. And the promise of being able to convert this reservoir that we've inadvertently created underneath the San Joaquin Valley, which has a capacity of unused at this point of about 500 million acre-feet, into a repository for using waters that we can make available from the existing foothill reservoirs by re-regulating the way we use them. And the process will create more flood storage by keeping the reservoirs somewhat more empty. We'll create more water storage by integrating the use of the reservoir supply with the groundwater basin, which we're going to try to stabilize. And we will be recreating more flow in those rivers during the period when nature provided it, which should be of substantial benefit to the ecosystems. So that's kind of what we talked about mostly, and I hope I covered it.
Hi, I'm Katerina Pien with the Delta Science Program, and I'll be reporting out on our tables discussion. So we didn't necessarily just go through all the challenges, but talked about a couple specific issues. So John Weens had a question about how models take into account political uncertainty and things like changing species and novel ecosystems and maybe certain species going extinct and how we change things according to that. Some of the people at the table mentioned that you can't necessarily put that into models, but you do what you can. So some things that are really important are looking more at the big scale, larger scale things like landscape, connectivity or wildlife corridors, and also establishing generally ecosystem health. Starting with these will help balance out some of these other uncertainties. I think that's kind of what was said. Something else that was talked about was how regulations such as D1641 are both predictable, make things both predictable and unpredictable. The rigidity of the regulation makes it hard for the board to make decisions and to be flexible and to think about the ecosystem and maybe make the best decisions for the ecosystem sometimes. So even though it would be nice to be more flexible, this would also make things more unreliable on the water supply of things. And an example of how D1641 doesn't necessarily cover everything was there was a question about temperature and flow release and how those interact, and I definitely didn't understand the full explanation of that, but it sounds like the two don't necessarily go hand in hand, and there's a great interaction between the delta flow release and then controlling temperatures in Shasta and trying to balance those to protect salmon. So those were some of the main issues we talked about.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hastings with the Delta Stewardship Council. So I'm reporting out for our table. We started out just talking about models in general, and some of the uncertainties associated with those revolve around uncertainties with the input data, the assumptions inherent in the model, and the application of the model. We talked about how in some cases it would be helpful if for certain applications some models could use a shorter time step than monthly, and it would be helpful to have shorter time steps under certain applications, which we didn't go into that detail. Another thing we talked about is the importance of looking at climate change, and that in terms of input, I think it's input data that's being used right now, we're looking at the last 50 years of snowpack, but recognizing that we're already seeing changes due to climate change. It might be better to modify that and only go back maybe 20 years, but just recognize that and try to update our model inputs based on changes due to climate change and really be thinking about that. There was a request from one of our water managers that it would be really helpful to, if there were some sort of clearinghouse or a place that water managers could go to get the latest information, but not be inundated and overwhelmed with how much information there is. So if someone could help facilitate that and make it very useful for the water managers and what's really important for them to look at. Another thing is we got into some of the specifics of temperature and requirements in terms of flow releases from Shasta and the cold water pool, that there's a sense that maybe the regulation is very broad, and even though the intent is to protect eggs and reds, the application seems to go beyond the actual need in terms of geography and timing, and that could be looked at and improved, and that could better help with the supply side. We had, for me, what was a very interesting discussion about the implementation of the SGMA requirements and what that's really going to mean for the farmers in the Westlands Water District area, and how they're, it seems like, my take home from that was it seems like it's really important to take SGMA implementation into account, that it's going to, it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, really start affecting estimates of water supply, and really is going to have to be taken into account, because it was, I'm not going to go into the details, but it seemed like a much better accounting is going to occur and be important. And then finally, a request for improved land use information in terms of model inputs, that we have improving technologies, remote sensing, that can really help assess land use and land use changes that are important model inputs. Some of that's being done now, but it seems like there's a lot of room for improvements. Oh, did I miss something?
You forgot evaluation for high sea level rise and taking into account regional uncertainty in climate models.
Thank you. I did. So I'll expand on that a little bit, is that the global, the change models, climate change models, are not very good for California, and that needs to be taken into account. So that was part of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anthony Navasero with the Delta Stewardship Council, reporting for Table 5 here, I believe. This is not comprehensive. We had a very broad discussion, so we'll start with what I think we were tasked to do, and then it branched from there. So some of the big topics, we talked about the challenges to using information from the water supply reliability reporting. Obviously, some limitations that it has to forecast due to variables such as climate change and so forth, but also being able to be flexible when those forecasts do not meet reality, and to be able to have a diverse water supply portfolio to address those demands. And then we also talked about water supply reliability reporting, and how it takes on the human aspects, how it accounts about the effects to the socioeconomic impacts from regulations on people. So how that reliability would have to be reported on and forecasted. And then we went a little bit deeper or broader, and we started to talk about the reliability of the system as a whole, that it's not the original design for all these upcoming new demands, such as changing environmental regulations and climate change and so forth. Is it appropriate for the system to take on these new demands? And how do these new demands impact the original design objectives and goals? It's constantly stretched system, and it basically, how is water supply reliability reporting going to be able to capture that shrinking pie that we have for all these demands on our limited water resource? So, thank you.
Is that all you got?
I think we have all the tables. Did we want to just have a plenary discussion now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't we open up on the floor, if you want to expand on some of the issues? I actually didn't hear too much about uncertainty, which kind of surprised me. So if somebody would like to comment on that, that would be useful.
Hi, Samantha Green. We talked about uncertainty at our table, chiefly in terms of regulatory uncertainties and how that will translate to the type of supplies you can plan for. So there's uncertainties, both environmental uncertainties in all of our supplies. So I gave an example of potable reuse. Environmental uncertainties is in our district where you have to, wastewater outflows go into the bay, and that creates a habitat, and now that's a habitat that needs to be preserved. And so when we want to do potable reuse or any sort of water recycling, we still need to now meet an undecided, as of now, release to the bay, wastewater release to the bay. And then you also have the environmental regulatory uncertainties on the imported water side that we've heard a lot about as another example. And then you have non-environmental, like water, I mean, I guess you could still class it as environmental, but non-ecological, how about that? So drinking water quality, for example, and regulations along those lines, and SIGMA. So on all these impact the types of supplies that you can use to meet demands. So.
I did mention this briefly. There was a talk about how difficult it is for growers in Westland's Water District to make planting decisions because they frequently don't know what their allocation is going to be till after they've made the decision. And my own research at Los Alamos was on nonlinear forecasting, and there are short-term stochastic forecasting models that could improve the outlook for short terms, like a month or two, and that would significantly help growers, I believe.
I'd be curious, of those of you who actually do the modeling, when you start out on a project, what are your primary uncertainties or concerns when you start? What do you struggle with the most?
Ray, the thing I struggle with the most is what question am I trying to answer?
Yeah, excuse me. This is Mohammed Rayej with California Water Plan. Is it on? Yeah, in terms of the modeling, uncertainties regarding supply estimates coming out of the model, I've been modeling for the past 20 years. First thing comes to mind is how accurate the input data are, which goes into the model. Second thing is the accuracy of the model itself. There are many assumptions inherent in any numerical models. So to address that kind of uncertainties in the model itself, we go through a rigorous rounds of model calibrations and verifications with the historical data. Third step would be, let's say we are done with data input, and then the calibration of the model, application of the model itself to a specific projects, the assumptions which goes with it. That will be the third layer of the uncertainties. And we're trying to minimize those kind of assumptions, but sometimes you're bound to make some kind of like sometimes gross assumptions which will creep into the final outputs of the supply estimates. So that would be it.
Hi, my name is Sujoy Roy, and this is not something we discussed at the table, but to answer the question, one area of uncertainty which was surprising to me as I learned about it is the net delta outflow, which is the basis of a lot of the regulation that you hear about. But that quantity itself is relatively poorly understood, especially when the flows are low. There are physical limitations, there's monitoring limitations, and that's a scientific challenge for the future. Thank you.
And some of the modeling that I've done, I think the primary question that you can get out of the things coming out is what are the factors that the system is most sensitive to? So what are the knobs that when you turn it a little bit, big things happen versus, oh, we thought that was a big deal, but really we can turn that knob quite a bit, we can play with it, and not a lot happens in the model. So I think that's a useful, it's maybe not the question you start with, but a useful way to look at the use of these models.
Sort of the model insensitivity.
Correct, yeah. Because insensitivities are important too, because you don't have to be that concerned about how accurate the input or the...
I'll just briefly say, I touched on earlier the drought planning sequence, and that was something the district came up with long before my time, and it has served us well in planning. But now under this new context of climate change, as well as the great work done by David Miko and his team, along with DWR to put out these tree ring data sets, where we're looking now back into the paleo record and seeing droughts that are maybe decadal and really struggling with where do you draw that reliability line, right? I mean, how much of an investment can you make before it's astronomical, right? So, I mean, the hydrologic variability is certainly something we struggle with a lot with this, especially in the face of climate change. And again, the great research looking back now at some of these really extreme droughts, because the reason we did the drought planning sequence is, again, anticipating that maybe we haven't seen the worst drought. Again, we're on the tail of the distributions. And so that's where reliability question is really coming into play. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
So also, I would say with regard to uncertainty, it's important to understand the regulatory framework that may be driving the uncertainty. And so the example I'll give is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So, you know, sometimes people say you should have an assumption in a model regarding how the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is going to be applied, but the SGMA isn't a moratorium. So it's actually locally driven plans over 20 years. So if you're trying to make assumptions about how locals are going to implement that plan, it's actually much more difficult than just assuming that there's a, you know, that there's a moratorium on groundwater pumping. So part of that drives the uncertainty as well.
Do any of you have questions you want to ask of the others? And we can include the panel discussions in that as well.
I did have one question of Julie Zimmerman and Joaquin. Are they here? Okay. And that is, so you showed a model of functional flows. How does that take into account other components of the ecosystem, such as zooplankton and the benthic composition?
So I'm Julie Zimmerman, the Nature Conservancy. So our approach, the functional flows approach, is meant to apply to the rivers, but not necessarily to the delta proper. So that's one piece of it. And then also it's, the framework is based on the hypothesis that if you were to implement these 4 specific functional flow components, you would be ecologically protective in most places. But knowing that there's going to be some places where you won't be because there's other things going on, you know, temperature issues, water quality, habitat modification, and that would bump you into the tier 2 part of the framework where you would do more site-specific studies. So if there's something that you're concerned of in particular, or you were to implement functional flows and you didn't get the response you were looking for, you would go into something that's more specific to whatever your management objective would be. Does that answer it?
So are functional flows meant to be species-specific or an ensemble of species, or what's your approach?
Definitely not species-specific. Anything species-specific would be a tier 2 approach to the framework. Functional flows are meant to be broadly ecologically protective, all species, just saying that if you're only thinking about hydrology, this is meant to be a way to implement environmental flows that should be broadly protective for everything.
Well, I'll just say that I think there's perhaps a counterproductive debate between the difference between unimpaired flows and functional flows. When I first got started in this work over 20 years ago, most of the environmental flows you had were just minimum base flows. What is the minimum flow release from a reservoir so that the temperatures are met or the channel doesn't go dry? And then various researchers pointed out how much we have changed the natural hydrograph, and that if we really want to restore natural systems, we need to mimic the natural hydrograph. Then some researchers, particularly McBain and Trush and Richter, came up with this idea that there were different components of the hydrograph, and if we wanted to mimic the hydrograph, we needed to restore these elements of the hydrograph, much like the functional flows that Julie pointed out. And then at a certain point, and I think it stemmed from a science committee that the Water Board got with a recommendation that we go with an unimpaired flow approach, and the Water Board adopted this unimpaired flow approach, which is really just a 15-day average of unimpaired flows. So when you look at it, it actually kind of flatlines the stream anyway. And now we're having this debate about, do we want unimpaired flows or functional flows? And I don't think that the debate has been very useful. I think if you have a certain amount of water to put down the stream, you're going to need to make some decisions about how you're going to release that water down the stream. And it's unavoidable that at some level it's going to be engineered, whether your budget's dependent on some kind of unimpaired flow calculation or some kind of water year block.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I agree with John, and I have a long history in environmental flow science. So I worked with Brian Richter with the Nature Conservancy back, I don't know, 10 or 12 years ago. And then I also did a postdoc with Leroy Poff at Colorado State and was on one of his seminal papers. So I have this, history in environmental flow science and have kind of watched this evolution of it. And I think that what we're trying to get at with the functional flows approach is to say that these are important components of the hydrograph. They should be implemented in their unimpaired state. So a functional flow that's, some tiny portion of what would be there naturally doesn't meet that need. And then it's getting at the concept, too, that if you were to implement something that's a % of unimpaired, it might not be enough to, say, inundate the floodplain or to provide these functions. So that's what we're kind of getting this hybrid approach where you're mimicking some kind of shape of the natural hydrograph, but trying to meet the most important core pieces of it that give you those, key peak functional parts. So, and then if you can't do that for some reason, you don't have enough water, you would need to do a more site-specific study to meet specific management objectives because you can't get everything you want from it.
So just to explain for those who might not be as familiar with what the Water Quality Control Plan is proposing, I'm going to stand over here so I have my back to people. So the unimpaired amount that's being proposed, just as an example, is the budget of water. So it's actually just setting a budget of water. There are adaptive implementation methods within the Water Quality Control Plan that then allow you to apply that budget to functions. So it's not an either or, so I'm sort of backing up what John was saying. For example, what's being proposed in the Water Quality Control Plan is not an either or. It's not that you have a percentage and no matter what's going on in your ecosystem, you're just going to send that down the river. That is not how it's designed. So there is the ability to meet functions with those flows. It really has to do with how do you determine your budget of water. And what I had originally said in my opening statement was, what I like about unimpaired flow is it sort of, how do I put this? It sort of eliminates some of the difficulty with baseline. So for example, when you have an unimpaired flow, it doesn't really matter if it's being met partially by the Water Quality Control Plan and partially by the federal biological opinions. That's the budget. So if you have that amount, somebody can't simply sort of sweep the biological opinion away, for example, and then you've sort of got less. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Just have one follow-up question for people who talked about uncertainties. Will the water budget approach increase the uncertainty in your modeling, forecasting, and if so, how would you deal with it?
All the modelers are hiding.
The hidden modelers. Okay, well, thank you very much. Maybe this, I'll at least get us 2 minutes back on schedule.
That sounds
while
good.
Handing it back to Jake.
Thank you. Maybe I'll use the microphone. So for the next two episodes here, we want to get some discussion, plenary discussion, and some feedback on some potential factors for more. Where is more research needed? You know, we all believe that more research is needed. Yeah. So this is agenda item number 6. Number 6. Those of you all that work on this area, what are some, we want to identify a list of areas where you all think we might want to do some more work. We collectively as a community, not just university researchers. And I think it's in your, is there that list in your program? We're gonna put it up on the, so we're gonna have the AV folks put up that list for agenda item 6 on this. So we have something of a list of factors to add, either to add into our analyses, add into some of our analyses, or have additional technical studies be done to see how important are some of these for water supply reliability. This is just meant as to get a discussion started. Certainly, climate change, okay, everybody's got that. Everybody's, okay, I'm over. Portfolio integration, we've heard a lot about it. That came out very nicely, I think, from the lunch discussions, the importance of portfolio integration and that effect on overall system reliability, environmental water supply reliability for itself and its effects on other reliability for other users. Unpredictability in demands, regulations, infrastructure, flows, sorts of things like that. Water quality, temperatures, we mentioned salinities come up occasionally. Levee reliability, that doesn't come up, but often for the Delta water supply reliability, that sometimes comes up. If there's a big earthquake or a big flood and that takes out some levees and alters the operations for a while, conceivably that could happen. Some probably hasn't happened before, but it could happen. Infrastructure reliability, we saw that very nicely in a sense, very exemplified with Oroville spillway recently. And then illustrating the learned nature of our science board, someone brought up the idea of black swans, which is an allusion to a very nice book on uncertainty. Black swans is something you'd never thought of that comes along, and nobody ever thought the Oroville spillway would go away, and then all of a sudden the other two outlet structures for Oroville Dam would go away within a period of a few days. That was essentially, I think, a black swan from the perspective of most people thinking about this. Everybody but the most paranoid, perhaps, thinking about the operation of the State Water Project. What are some things like this that maybe should be better integrated into some of our reliability analyses? And are there some of these that would merit special studies, so to speak, on their effectiveness, either to see if they're important enough to incorporate into routine analyses, maybe that it becomes part of the biannual delivery capacity reports, capabilities reports, whether it becomes part of the normal seasonal operations studies that are done, the position analysis studies that are done for the major projects. What y'all think? And I guess maybe to be more pragmatic about it, going from a list, what kind of studies might be done to look at these, special studies might be done to look at these, and who should do them? Should they be commissioned by EWR, the state board, a consortium of agencies? What do you think?
So this is me speaking on behalf of me and not the water district, Santa Clara Valley Water District, but and hopefully it'll come out my mouth the same way it's in my brain. So as far as regulations go, there are a lot of them out there potentially, and there's a lot of uncertainty related with them. And my guess is that's always been the case, that we've had in historically times with a lot of regulations and a lot of uncertainties about them. And so I guess a question I'd wonder is, in the past, how has, from all the modeling that was done during those past times of uncertainty from regulations, what was the distance between the lack in water supplies to what actually was the fallout, just to get an idea, maybe to find out, if it's not as bad as it may look.
So are you saying that you could do a historical study to compare past estimates of reliability, the delivery reliability curves, and then what actually happened after the regulations came in? Yeah. There have been some of those comparative studies have been done, I know, by some of the consultants, even some of them here, that way. Yes. Sorry, I'm not looking
I think one of the things I learned from the AMS meeting this year, last week, was the urbanization issue and the water supply connection. Not just urbanization, rapid urban growth, but the urban heat island, the ecosystem development around it can be quite water intense.
Right.
So that might be something which might want to consider.
Yeah, so maybe that's something we should add.
Probably.
Climate change effects on water demands. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly the urban, as you point out, but there's been some really interesting studies, and maybe other people here know more details about them, looking at climate change effects on agricultural demands in California. One of them I remember was really interesting. It showed that it would increase, higher temperatures will increase the evaporation off of crops. So that would increase demand. But higher temperatures also make the crops come to maturity faster, and the net effect was fairly small. Unless that shortening of the time to maturity for the crop allows you, and the longer growing season with a higher temperature allows you to double crop, in which case it really increases. I don't know, maybe Russ, you've got some thoughts on that.
I think it's good yield. I think it worked out fast.
Yeah, so let me.
I definitely think it's something that needs to be looked at. If there is climate change taking place, you know, it's going to affect the ET of crops, and of course that's going to affect the demand, and how we're going to, I don't know how we'd manage around that, probably just through more storage, but I'm just kind of talking off the cuff there, but it's something that definitely needs to be looked into.
I was just going to add something, so change the subject, but I was encouraged by what Sujoy presented and something Deidre said about it would be helpful if we could do a better job in the midterm or long-term decadal estimating supply. And again, I was pretty encouraged about the plot you had about the high and low climatology, and I think there's a lot of exciting research being done on that, and it's encouraging. If, again, I think we could do a lot better job managing, setting carryover limits and so on if we had a better idea of what's coming. And the climate system is very complex, there's no doubt about that. If we could just improve our predictability in the medium term or longer term, I think that would be really helpful in reliability, especially operating, on the operating side. Thank you.
I just wanted to advocate for, like, we're seeing non-stationarity in basic hydrologic parameters, and I think an evaluation, and it may be state dependent. For one example is losses to groundwater, and we know like that the lower Sacramento is a losing system to groundwater in critically dry years, whereas in most years it gains from groundwater. Other things are changes in runoff due to evapotranspiration, and even basic things like reservoir evapotranspiration. And a lot of our models are built on historic data, and it's only in the last 20 years that we've really seen the spikes in temperature that are changing these parameters. And I'd also like to request, you know, better transparency about calibration and the data that is used to build the hydrology for models, for people can look at it and look at the implementation. And calcium is an example there.
So I have two separate categories to suggest. One is about flood reservation rules, how those rules might change and how we might adopt to them, whether it's forecasting or changing the objective release from reservoirs. Changing the rules could increase the amount of water that you could carry over time, or changing the rules to protect public safety from large flood events that we expect to have happen could significantly reduce water supply yield. So I think that could be a pretty large number. And And I think it's important for the state to be a leader in highlighting this, because we have a lot of these reservoirs that are operated by these kind of rules, and we badly need some kind of new system to get to the core to invest in reevaluating these rules. You don't think the Corps is going to lead in this? They're going to be building the wall, I think. So switching gears altogether while I have the microphone, I really want to see a lot more definition about factors under environmental water supply reliability. As I was saying earlier, so much of it historically has been about minimum flows or how often are you meeting certain standards. But increasingly, I think we need to get into how often are we meeting well-known, are we achieving well-known mechanisms that promote survivability of certain species. And I would say that we're at a place where we have pretty good estimates of how much rearing habitat juvenile salmon need. And we have modeling tools that could be relatively easily adopted to tell us how much of that habitat we could get each year in different reaches of the river if we were using 2D models. But that would involve going from sort of water supply modeling at a monthly time step to 2D modeling at a daily time step. It would be really great if there was some way you could capture that water supply reliability with this effort.
I just wanted to touch on something that John just did. What he was doing was adding definition and defining the question that he's trying to answer. And that's what I was trying to get at earlier is we're putting all of these factors together, and I'm still confused as to how the information's being used and what questions we're trying to answer in terms of water supply reliability for ecosystems. Is it SWP reliability, CVP reliability? What are we trying to answer, and how do we know we answered that question? What are the metrics to answer that question? And some of that is environmental flows. What is it? What is that reliability? I don't even know what that means. So defining the question we're trying to answer would be very helpful in looking at what factors we need to answer the question.
So Tara Smith, DWR. I was having a little bit of trouble with this earlier because I think a lot of things have started based on kind of questions in a sense that are put out there. You know, the depletion of groundwater and that does sigma and climate change. We're needing to plan for larger future areas. And I think there are starts in certain areas to do that. You know, you see there are studies on climate change effects on water demands, and there's paleo, looking around, where did Andrew go? Anyway, paleo data, and then state water projects. So there's these directions that are going there, but none of them are totally complete. This is an endless process in terms of developing information, in terms of determining what the reliability is. So one of the areas I was thinking of was, and it came from, you know, the presentation on Calvin today and SACWAM and CalSim, that we have to move towards a stronger integration of groundwater with the kind of the planning models or the surface or the economic models, because it has to be more integrated. And we've always talked about integrating models and things like that. But because we're looking at a different system, you know, well, we've always had a different system, but we've kind of defaulted to groundwater just being pumped in some ways, you know. So we have to look at that more deeply. But so that's just one of the items that we could do better, and that I think a lot of people have already started working on.
Thanks, Tara. So again, I think this list is quite comprehensive, but one possible addition to think of, that I title it, you know, better runoff estimation. And the point is that upstream of the reservoirs, there's still very few measurement points. There's still very limited. A lot of those flow estimates are based on a fairly small amount of data. There's huge advancements in data, in sensors, in our ability to gather more refined data at the higher elevations, and I think that some of those kinds of data collection would improve the modeling. It would improve our ability to estimate future events like the huge oroville flows. So I think that's an area of research, and a lot of it, I think, and maybe Aaron Miller can specify more, a lot of it is being done in ways that have not changed for many decades, the actual data collection upstream. So I'll
Sorry, just to clarify, are you saying improving the data collection in terms of precipitation and runoff sensors up in the watershed, or
yes.
perhaps also improving the integration of the forecasts that come from that into the operations model?
So the better data would hopefully produce better forecasts for the operation that would feed into the reservoirs. That's and I'll let someone else that knows more to.
Well, in operations, we actually look to our flood management branch, division of flood management, and our climatologist, Mike Anderson, has been working a lot with scripts and I think actually NOAA in terms of doing these aerial surveys of the snowpack, and I don't know a lot about it, but there is significant work from the department going into trying to get a better estimate.
I think that should be on this list.
Yeah.
Sujoy, can you repeat what you said in a way that the note takers can understand it?
Okay. Sorry about that. What I was trying to say was that the number of points at which precipitation data are collected across the upper watersheds is limited, and some of those stations have been set up a long time ago, and the spatial intensity has not really changed.
So we'll look at the value of additional
high resolution data collection in the upper watershed to improve runoff estimation.
Really quick one, and it actually tears off just what he was saying. Something interesting to me personally is sort of the quantification of supply reliability benefits from non-traditional sources, such as upper watershed restoration or forest management, that sort of thing.
Okay, I'm going to go off that topic onto a new one. And bear with me because I'm just thinking this through as we're discussing it. It appears to me that water supply reliability reporting is geared towards providing information for water supply for water contractors, fulfilling water contracts. I don't know, and maybe it's my edification from the group, is the reporting also talk about the reliability to provide water for the environment? And I ask this question because if the reporting could be done in a way that the state or other entities can report on how reliable water would be for the environment, and whether it would be, DEFCON 1 or 5 or wherever it would be, the regulatory agencies could respond appropriately. And maybe just like water agencies have drought scenarios and emergency response procedures, maybe those environmental regulation authority agencies could have their own go-to plans in case a certain type of water year would kick in those plans. Maybe there'd be more coordination, maybe there'd be more notifying and working with other agencies on those demands that would have to meet the environment. So just throwing that out there. I'll come to you, Tara.
So I just wanted to clarify for Anthony, the delivery capability report is done specifically as an agreement with the state water contractors. That is its purpose on it. So, and that's what the resource is. It's not to say that other groups can't use that information for whatever they need, but that's the original intention of that. In terms of doing that delivery capability, that has to take into consideration current environmental laws, current RPAs and such like that. Anything that's proposed, obviously, that's not necessarily into it. But you bring up a great question. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are discussing in terms of other environmental needs and things like that, and how you kind of implement that. There's different groups out there that have been looking at that, I think.
So I'll just add to the more on the uncertainty discussion, because what Tara just mentioned was the RPAs, and for those that aren't familiar, that's a reasonable and prudent alternative in a biological opinion, a jeopardy biological opinion. So that's basically the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service having to provide an alternative to the project as described in order to prevent jeopardy to a species. That's the level you're at. So in terms of reliability, one of the things that I want to bring up in terms of the regulatory scheme is, I think part of the unreliability, again, speaking on behalf of myself and not the Water Board, but what I've seen over 20 years, is we keep treating jeopardy biological opinions like a description of species needs. That is your patient on life support, okay? So if your patient is already on life support, then if anything else happens, it's inherently unreliable to be looking at that as the description of what is necessary. Now, it's very difficult because people are using water for important economic needs. So just to say, hey, give up some water so you'll have more reliability is, that's not an answer either. So I just wanted to bring attention to, we keep treating things in a regulatory scheme for something that they're not, which is not an expression of what's needed. Could okay,
I'll run it around. It's okay. This isn't throwable, unfortunately.
I think that the question about water supply reliability for the environment, there's kind of two pieces to that. I mean, there's how reliable can the regulations set, the environmental regulations be met. You can look at, say, some like D1641 during the drought, right? Or temperature requirements during the drought. Sometimes there's just not enough water in the system, or not, planning maybe wasn't there, and they weren't met. But then there's the other piece, which is how often are the environmental regulations, are they reliable enough for the fish or for other wildlife? And that's maybe a lot more difficult of an answer or a question to answer, but there's kind of two separate things there to consider.
In terms of reliability for the fish, the last temporary urgency change petition was disastrous and probably contributed to the no delta smelt this year in the midwater trawl. And just from that point of view, I think it's really important to look at what's the percentage chance that we're not going to be able to meet even the minimum flows in a given year. Right now, we don't have that forecast, but there's always a trade-off between deliveries and carryover storage. And, and there is a certain percentage chance, and we haven't even defined what's acceptable, and we're not even tracking that. And I looked at Oroville carryover storage this year, and we hit below 1 million acre feet in December. and that's lower than it's been in all except 4 years, and all of those were after at least 2 dry and critically dry years. So if we have a 10% exceedance year, we might be in real trouble. So, you know, again, this is the kind of thing we're not looking at water supply reliability, even for meeting the existing water quality plan.
I think it could be useful if you were able to establish some kind of framework that helped decision makers and the public think about these topics more holistically. So often this discussion gets down to fish versus the deliveries, and I think we need to step back, and the deliveries are about, well, I suggest that you consider the model that the flood plan used, where they identified 4 societal goals: public health and safety, economic stability, ecosystem function, and what they call enriching experiences like quality of life. A couple of J students came up with this. It's my understanding that the water plan is going to follow this model as well, I hope. And then underneath each of those 4 societal goals, you begin to identify metrics, because because water supply deliveries in and of themselves are not the end. The end is a healthy society and a stable economy. And I think it would be useful to frame it this way, so when the inevitable comes out that, guess what, we don't have enough water for everyone to do everything they want, we can begin to say, okay, how would we use the water we had to have the most stable economy, or the safest environment, or the most functioning ecosystem? So that I suggest you take a look at that framework. Of course, the trick then is developing metrics under each of those 4 societal goals.
Let me try to take the microphone back and shift the discussion a little bit. This is a really interesting field. I've always found it to be an interesting field. Andy knows this. The traditional water supply reliability analysis, you know, you can date back from Hazen 1914, right? And most of our water supply reliability analysis is sort of along those lines. Most of the studies Walter does and Eric does are sort of very similar to Hazen 1914. But we've got some really new challenges. I mean, certainly we have the challenges of portfolios. Certainly all the urban agencies and many of the agricultural agencies have these portfolios, often involving groundwater. I mean, just for their own utility, integrity and reliability, they've broadened their footprint. We have these other new challenges in terms of now we care about ecosystems. You know, just like it took us a long time, it took us, you know, how many thousands of years did we take, hundreds of years did it take for us to actually do analysis on urban water supply reliability? It took us a long time, and it took us a while to figure out how do we want to measure that and how do we want to indicate that. And that has changed even as we've developed these portfolios and the idea of managing demand as well as supply. One of the speakers had some nice quote on that you might see in this report. It'll take us a while to figure out how to represent ecosystems, and we're going to make some mistakes along the way, I'm sure, if we try. And if we don't try, we'll make even more mistakes. So I'm trying to think about how we organize our discussion today to start identifying some priorities for work we might suggest that somebody do to accelerate our development on these challenges. We certainly have the challenges of climate change and the non-stationarity in the regulatory environment and everything else. So, and we have to deal with all these challenges at once. We don't have the luxury, academic luxury of one at a time. So what if we were to try to identify some common studies, common special studies? I mean, we could make a list of these ideas, but I want to get a little bit deeper than just a list. I want to get some ideas of, well, how would you go about addressing that list? Who should do it? How should they do it? Those kinds of things. And then another line of thought that I had came to mind was in hydrodynamics, we have some common efforts across different technical communities to come up with common bathymetry, common representation of things across the different models that are, many models of delta hydrodynamics, but it helps everybody a lot if they have a common bathymetry. That's an expensive thing to do, and you can avert a lot of uncertainty if you have some common bathymetry. Are there areas, and some of them have been mentioned here in terms of land use, demands, inflows, groundwater models, where there might be some room for common development in the technical community that makes it easier for things to be understood and cheaper and probably faster for them to get done? Are there areas of common technical activities, common scientific activities that might help out the whole community and make the work more useful?
Jay, just to clarify, are we moving on to the next
So
agenda
we're moving on to the next agenda item. So we're moving on to 7, which this is sort of I'm trying to blend them in and catch up on time at the same time.
Okay, I'm just restarting the timer.
So that we start at 3 with the panel, with the break, and then we start with the plenary.
Do you want us to pull down the Microsoft Word document and start recording faces again?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, can the AV crew no longer display the screen? Thank you.
What would be some common areas for common efforts that you might suggest that others might do? Because I can't expect anybody to suggest their own agency doing something new. That would require approval. Yes.
Do you want me to?
Sure, please. That way it'll be recorded.
I think just starting with something basic is flow data. So I showed the tool earlier where we predicted unimpaired flows in every stream segment. One thing we really would like to have is current flows. We have gauges, everywhere isn't gauged. Is there a way where we can fill in the gaps either through additional gauges, which we won't be able to put everywhere, but some modeling where you could predict, current flows, just so that we have an idea of what would have been there if we didn't have diversions and other uses and land use, and then what is there currently, and then you can layer on the environmental needs, and it would help.
Other common data? A lot of times we just find out what data DWR has and we try to steal it.
I personally miss the presence of tidally averaged flow data on CDAC for tidally influenced locations. It's a pain to have to do the tidal filtering yourself.
Y'all are happy with data. You don't see any reason for common efforts?
A reliable, consistent, and frequent assessment of land use across all the Central Valley or maybe the whole state. Because it seems like that might be within reach now with satellites.
Certainly Land IQ has been doing some of that, a lot of really good work on that, making it much more timely. Josue, do you have any thoughts along those lines?
I think good land use, consistent database, statewide, integrated, it will be very useful for improve accuracy of models and estimate the demand side of water pretty much better.
I'll add another one. I think that this was already mentioned, but LIDAR and bathymetry. We recently did an ISB modeling approach. We developed an online tool where you can look at floodplain needs for every stream in the Central Valley. but we don't know what floodplain inundation looks like now, so we can't look at that gap, how much is getting inundated versus how much we need. And so if we could do that, I think it would go a long way.
Meet you halfway.
Well, while that subject's up, I do believe that DWR, Division of Flood Management, has a EcoFIP, Ecosystem Floodplain Inundation Potential Modeling scoping that they're doing. And I think it could, there may be a perfect alignment there if we were able to suggest who could do that. And that would be it would need to be a 2D model analysis. We can provide more detail on what exactly we need to fill that data gap. So if we know how much habitat we think we need for the salmon, but we don't know how much we have today, it really makes it hard to know what the gap is.
How about groundwater models? I mean, Sigma is going to require tremendous amount of groundwater modeling. Are we as a community happy with letting everybody do that on their own? And then trying to make sense of it, trying to sew it all together? I mean, the Sigma people from DWR and the state board probably aren't here. But what do you all think of that? Just imagine I can just imagine the terrible purgatory of state board and DWR staff that are forced to take all these model results for all these different GSPs and try to say, okay, well, these neighboring GSAs made different assumptions. How are we going to sort it out and decide whether we should take them over or not, or whether we should just hold our nose and let it go by? Will?
I'm just going to go on a little tangent from that point. And we're clearly at a time when there's a diversification of a lot of different modeling efforts, and a lot of them build off of calcium 2, or now we have calcium 3, which is really well documented and a good example to start from. And then State Board has our own efforts, and a lot of that has to do with instituting environmental flows, and priority of water rights fits into that, and so on. And so a lot of different groups are going to have a lot of different priorities on what specific problems they're trying to answer. But when you add in the groundwater and the different approaches to linking surface and groundwater, I don't have an answer or really even a suggestion on that. We have... Start with a question. Like, I mean, I don't know if there can be any guidance or a central clearinghouse or a bar to meet of certain standards. Clearly, DWR is going to have to evaluate the groundwater models, et cetera. But, I just see a future of all of these competing models, potentially, if you have a proceeding with adversarial parties, for example, or it's just something to think about.
All the modeling decimal dust between those, in a technical sense, it's modeling decimal dust, so $500 an acre foot is real money.
Right. We have a lot of new technology in how to communicate things and web interactive things, and I don't know. It just, there's opportunities.
I'm a bit more off in terms of the Sigma program. I'm a little bit only once removed, but staff in Eric's group works a lot on the groundwater modeling, and there is that effort of trying to provide data sets that are consistent and training on models and everything, and it's not going to be perfect, but there is the effort to at least get people on similar pages, if not the same page. And I laughed when you had mentioned about like the poor staff and everything trying to go through it. I do expect it'll probably be pretty messy, so yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is, if any of you all are anticipating problems along these ways, now is an opportunity, this review is an opportunity for you all to make suggestions to us of what might be useful for the agencies to do to help the whole community out in these ways. Deidre?
I also just wanted to say that it's long past time that we had an actual calibrated model with error terms for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. And there's a whole song and dance about calcium, about how it couldn't be calibrated or validated because it's a planning model, and it just makes it a very limited usefulness. We need to have a calibrated model, and you can calibrate hydrologic models.
Mr. Freeman again. Maybe this goes a little bit back to demand modeling, but one of the things that I see a lot when I review models, especially short-term operational models, is references to something that's really vague called depletions, delta depletions. I don't think there's a real handle on just how much water is being diverted and when it's being diverted. I know there's an effort with SB 88 to get everybody metered and eventually to make that more real time, but I think there needs to be a focus there.
The idea comes up from time to time of common standards for some kind of common standard, some kind of common expectations. Maybe standards is too strong a word. In water supply reliability modeling, we have maybe something closer to standards in hydrodynamic modeling for the delta, at least expectations. Nobody wants additional regulation on your industry, but sometimes it's useful. What do you think about standards for documentation or standards for presentation of results or whatever? Calibration, testing of models. Walter?
First, I want to say that I do believe that calcium's not possible to calibrate. It is possible to validate the results. And in that validation, there's a series of tests we go through. I do believe that people who run calcium all hold themselves to different standards of quality of those model runs. Some folks run it and they look at average trends. Voila, it's done. And when others run it, we look at every single year of that simulation. We check for efficiencies, balances, and it's quite an extensive process. And by the time we're done, we check, is that a valid model run? Does it represent what we're doing in an adequate way? And I think there is a procedure that could be developed as a standard for what do you check to make sure you have a valid model run.
I'm always reticent to use the word valid for model runs because I know they're not. They might be better or worse, but or tested. I like the word testing for model runs because I know it's not completely valid. I think at this point might be good to sort of move on to the next item. People seem to be had enough time to vent here and say some collected thoughts. Maybe this is a good time to accelerate the break a little bit, and then we'll move on to, I think we can probably move to the final panel unless, maybe this is a good time to see if there are questions from the board. Joe?
I have a comment because the satellites came up that, now the NASA satellites, the Japanese NASA satellite, they go 14 times around the Earth and every 2-3 hours of rainfall. So basically now you can get California average rainfalls. And there's a new satellite, 2 satellites went up looking at groundwater. So there are new technologies, as Chuck pointed out, the satellite technologies are available. So maybe something which you really want to get into.
Spies in the skies will tell us all. So let's go ahead.
I just had a clarification, Jay. So you're suggesting we're going straight to the panel discussion since we already talked about value of standards?
I think so.
Okay, but we didn't quite talk too much about institutional collaborations. Would you want to convene after break to talk about that, or just go straight to the panel and talk about institutional collaborations?
I think I gave people an opening to talk about institutional collaborations if they wanted to, and that never came up. So I'll take it as, unless someone wants to chime in saying, no, I have something to say about institutional collaborations.
I think it's better to go to the panel.
Okay, let's have a quick break and go to the panel.
All right, thank you.
It's always better end early than late.
If the panelists can start walking up to the board table, I can provide you some guidance.
So good afternoon, and thanks to all of you that have stayed through this this very, very interesting, but admittedly very exhausting in terms of the amount of information we're getting. This is the last of the panel discussions, and it's a very, very interesting one because we're going to talk about directions that can be done to improve analysis of this this important topic of water reliability. So our panelists are Allison Febo from the State Water Contractors, Rob Tull from Jacobs Engineering, Tara Smith from DWR, Bren Bray from East Bay Mud, and Julie Zimmerman from the Nature Conservancy, and Tina Leahy from the working as one of the state attorneys for the Water Board. So again, we'll follow the same format of you making a 5-minute presentation, and then we'll have questions from the Science Board and then open for the public. So again, thank all of you for coming, and we'll start with Allison, please.
Thank you for allowing me to participate on this panel. My name is Allison Febo, and I'm a hydrologist with the State Water Contractors. I follow all of the issues that affect the water supply of the State Water Project. As a little background, the State Water Contractors is an organization that represents 27 of the 29 water contractors that you heard about a little earlier from DWR that contract with the state for water from the State Water Project. That amount of water is about 4.2 million acre feet, and it serves about 27 million people, ranging from the Bay Area down to Southern California and San Diego, and about 750,000 acres of agriculture in the Central Valley. My members are, of course, very concerned with water supply reliability, especially the ability to plan both long-term and in the short term. And one of the major reasons is both to meet their demands and to know how they're going to meet their demands in the future, but it also affects financial decisions for them about what investments they're going to be able to make, what kind of rates some of them might need to set into the future. They need to be able to project their operations also. I think listening today has been very interesting. There was a lot of information provided, and I think the biggest challenge that I've heard is really what Walter Beret and others have said, is that we really need to focus on defining the question really clearly before we dive into any further analysis. We need to know, what exactly do we mean by water supply reliability, for who, on what scale? And I think that's going to come out to be really multiple purposes on multiple scales, from large regional water supply reliability down to the district, and even seasonal to long-term planning. So it's going to be a pretty large effort just to define exactly what question we're trying to answer. The next challenge that I've seen, especially within my organization, is the regulatory uncertainty that was discussed a lot here. But to me, that regulatory uncertainty is really tied directly with the the status of our knowledge of the fishery needs and the ecosystem needs. We really, right now, don't have a real firm understanding or at least clear definition of what objectives we're trying to meet and what is actually needed. And then at the same time, there's a lot of trade-offs there. So one species may need one set of conditions and another may need a totally different set of conditions. So we need to be able to define our fishery needs, and in that case, the regulatory conditions could be tied directly to that. That would be allowing for some firm regulations, but also some flexibility for operators and water managers to work within that. The third challenge that I've seen is really in our infrastructure, and both we have aging infrastructure. We talked a little bit about the Oroville spillway issue. And then we also have developing infrastructure, so we need to be able to look forward and see how different infrastructure conditions will affect our water supply reliability, and not just for water users, but also for ecosystems and the multiple purposes. Meanwhile, we also have Oroville is at a limited operation right now. We have strong regulations at Shasta that have really reduced how much of that water in Shasta we can manage, and we need to look at how that affects the water supply reliability for all uses, not just water users, but also ecosystem purposes also. And then moving on to some promising things, we've talked a little bit about some of the technological advances that are happening. Moving into the future, we've got a lot of work from DWR and NOAA looking at climate forecasts that can be used both for climate change and for our annual forecasts, where we can know earlier in the year what kind of season we might be expecting. And we've got the snow surveys that I think were mentioned, where we're going to be able to really define our snowpack a little better, which is a big portion of at least our water supply and really the water supply of California. And then just, I think the take-home message that I'd like to leave with everyone is I think, especially listening from today, is we're going to need a top-down approach from a policy level, first defining exactly what we're trying to answer here, and making decisions on the tough trade-offs that need to be made. And then once we have those kinds of direction, we can start defining things like standardized outputs and standardized ways to report and standardized ways to even talk about reliability across all needs and all sectors.
My name is Rob Tull. I'm with Jacobs Engineering. I've been working in water supply planning for about 30 years. Started with the Central Utah project at the beginning of my career, and wanted to provide a little bit of perspective and related to what Allison was saying, and unfortunately I was not able to be here for the earlier sessions. When we used to talk about water supply reliability, we talked about yield. We all talked about firm yield. There was a firm yield of the system, a firm yield of a reservoir, and life was pretty simple back then. And all of these things you've been discussing here have made life so much more complex. And firm yield really became an irrelevant term, and we all defined it differently anyway, so we kind of moved away from that. And the computers got better, and we started making more complicated models. We had optimization, and we started showing everything in exceedance curves. We were showing frequencies and ranges and probabilistic distributions and all kinds of great stuff that we could come up with. And in terms of the regulatory requirements, water quality, environmental requirements, changing land use, climate change, we could build all these things in, and we could come up with envelopes of ranges and decision spaces and all this great stuff. And it's very interesting. And the academic world is working with the consulting world, with Department of Water Resources and the Bureau as we moved forward. And it was all very interesting. But there was a common problem throughout. And even today, as we work on complex projects and we look now more in terms of operational flexibility and forecasting, and how do we forecast better and make decisions on a real-time basis and allocate supplies based on priorities between urban, environmental, and agricultural uses, the question I still get is, well, what's the yield of the project? Your decision space is nice. Your curves are great. I like the colors and your bar charts, but what is the yield of the system? What is the yield of the project? So I think from my perspective, a lot of it is really education in terms of decision makers, we need to find more effective ways to communicate. I think there is a lot of uncertainty, and we try to deal with that by using ranges and probabilities and things and doing different scenarios. But when you boil it all down, we have to find a consistent mechanism for transmitting that information to decision makers who are making critical management decisions on supply, investment in infrastructure, new facilities, et cetera, and looking at their portfolio of options and how do I compare apples, oranges, and pineapples and decide where do I invest here? I've got multiple sources of water available and different approaches here, and I think it gets very complex from them. And what they want is one number or an answer, and I think we need to do a better job of taking the tools we've got and certainly refining the things that we've done and improving them, but also it really comes down to communication. If we can't effectively educate decision makers and communicate effectively with them the trade-offs of the decisions they're making, then we really haven't done our job. And with faster computers and the ability to make thousands of simulations, we can do all that. But really ultimately comes down to they're not going to read the 3-inch report. They might read the 1-page summary. And how do we effectively transmit that information so that they can make those decisions? And making very complicated policy decisions on multiple negotiations between multiple agencies and stakeholders, it gets very complex. And so I feel a lot of times the decisions get punted into the political realm. And then we back into a technical solution in many cases to support those political decisions. And I would much rather see us do a better job of educating those decision makers so that they can make more educated decisions in combination with those political discussions going forward. So in terms of development of graphical tools and other types of mechanisms for communicating information, graphical interfaces, et cetera, along with education, everybody's short on time. And so how do we most effectively provide that information? And I know many times I've done presentations and I come away very frustrated because I feel like I just did not get the message across, and it takes 2 weeks of phone calls follow-up to really help folks understand what I thought was very clear in the message I was transmitting, and obviously not. So each time we're trying to do a better job, but I think my message would be that's really someplace we need to focus is on communication, education, and how do we be more effective in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I think it wants to go to Ben. I don't want to pop my peas. So anyway, I'm Tara Smith, and I work at the Department of Water Resources. Most of my career has been in delta modeling, hydrodynamic modeling, and then more recently in the last few years, I've expanded to the state. And currently, I'm working as the interim Bay Delta office chief, so I'm even expanding a little beyond modeling for the short period. I wanted to say I really enjoyed the workshop today. It was really great information. Even preparing for the workshop, having the DWR prepare for workshop, we learned a lot from each other. And I think that's in work going forward with your report. I think it's very important that all of that information is integrated and put forward, because I think that helps inform the questions of what is the reliability, what are you talking about when you're talking about that, and how you define that. So I think today has been very helpful in going forward, and I appreciate Enmed and Jay and whoever else has organized this thing. I thought it's been very useful, and hopefully it's been useful for you too. In terms of analysis, I think we should continue to see where the world is pointing. If we're losing fish or see where the policy is going, we need to point in that direction. And I think we covered that a bit today too. I think my example was, we know that Sigma is coming forward, and we know that is going to affect the system in a different way, and we need to be prepared for that as we go forward with that. So that has to be integrated into the models. And so further analysis needs to be done with that. But there are other areas too that we need to be aware of in terms of integrating that. We've also talked about development of better, this is what we normally do, better data, better models, spatially and temporally. I think it was brought up in terms of the snowpack, getting better information in terms of that, whether or not it's instead of monthly on daily data scales. Additionally, there was information on more data upstream for unimpaired flow estimates. And so we continually work in that direction, and I think we're just needing to pinpoint where the priority is in terms of what data needs to go forward. We also talked about sharing data, having that base. I think Jay brought up like having the common bathymetry, trying to be more of a community in terms of sharing the data and working with each other to do that. So I think efforts in that area, and I acknowledge Jay for putting that forward. I think efforts in that area obviously need to move forward. As Rob had mentioned, we continue to struggle with communication. That's always very difficult because sometimes you don't want to oversimplify. At the same time, you don't want to get lost in the weeds. I usually have two types of information I give people. I have like the really simple thing, and then I have the weeds, because if they want to get into the weeds, I'd be happy to get into the weeds. But that is an area that we need to continually work on. It was brought up again, and that comes to, with the question, there's many focuses of reliability. The group that I work with is mostly focused on the State Water Project. And there's also many time periods of reliability. So we have, short-term forecasts, kind of midterm, and then these longer-term planning studies where we have to incorporate a greater amount of uncertainty into that and a greater acknowledgement of that. And additionally, I think we have to look into more how we deal with parallel processes that are going on. We have all these processes where there hasn't been decisions yet, but at some point there may be. So you might have sites reservoir, and you also have the board's update of the water quality control plan, and you have, and sometimes those interact, and sometimes they don't. And trying to figure out how to better address those is always helpful. Let's see. And then additionally, additional studies, and I was talking about like parallel processes, but we also have parallel processes that may be in conflict with each other in terms of the type of results they might come up with, and how do you coordinate those and have them come together, or maybe they're just parts of one another. So maybe functional flow, it fits in with unimpaired flow or not, but having that communication to integrate those is good. And science moves on, it's always changing, and there's going to be the disagreement on interpretation, and having that awareness in there, I think is also something where we have to figure out how do we deal with those disagreements on the science. And I think that's it for me.
Good afternoon, Ben Bray, East Bay Mud. Again, I also want to thank the board and Jay and Edmund for the opportunity today. I really enjoyed it, much like Tara. It was great really to hear that a lot of the issues, a lot of the things we're thinking about are very common. And finding that common ground, I think, is pretty important. Couple highlights, takeaways that I had. One of the things that kept coming up was uncertainty, and managing uncertainty and communicating that uncertainty to our decision makers is going to be a very important thing. We also want to be careful that we don't have too many compounded conservative assumptions that lead us down a road to something that's very unlikely to happen. Another thing is this concept of portfolios, and we saw a lot of great work in the presentation showing different scenarios and synthesizing that information, and I think that's going to be a really important thing going forward. We also want to be careful about the curse of dimensionality, and I knew Jay would smile with that. We don't want so many scenarios that a board can pick their favorite and no one can agree. So synthesizing, screening that down to a manageable thing is really important. There's been some good advances in dealing with these large data sets that are being generated so that we can get to insights. I really appreciate what Walter said, as well as Professor Lund. Models are a tool, but ultimately what we are after here are the insights. The insights are important, and communicating those insights in a way that's understandable to the non-technical audience, but also sharing those insights within our communities so that we can minimize the redundancy, whether it's redundant efforts or wasted energy in data collection or what have you. So I definitely want to make that point as well. Clearly defined goals and is also piggybacking on that point. I think that's really key, and being adaptable as we start to answer questions, because obviously that leads to other questions. I think another thing we heard today that's really important is water quality has to be part of the consideration. It's not just quantity, especially when we start to think about ecosystem reliability. Water quality is a really important factor, and not putting our blinders on to a certain time of year, but holistically considering that water quality across a water year or across multiple years is really important. And I also, as a student of Mr. Trush, I wanted to also say this concept of functional flows, the push now, I think, where we're going is flow variability is really important to these ecosystems. And I'm kind of setting you up for the next one, but the variability, I believe, is going to be a really important factor to building into the flow requirements. Minimum flows are, don't get me wrong, they're good, they're helpful, but also building in flow variability that mimics natural systems, because these ecosystems, these species are adapted to those systems, is going to be important. And coming along with that, whether it's an unimpaired flow approach or some other approach, there needs to be some wiggle room for compliance. It's very difficult to forecast unimpaired flow early in the water year, and you're making decisions about that and trying to meet a compliance. You need to have some ability to make an error and not be, risk averse to at the end of the year when you're doing your reporting. So I know that's a difficult thing for the regulators to wrestle with, but I just wanted to mention that building in flexibility on compliance, I believe, is important, respecting the uncertainty of trying to build in some of this variability in the flows. And I think the last subject I'd like to point out, I'm also a member and involved in the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. And it's essentially a group of the technical modelers, kind of statewide. We get together and we talk and we present. We have academia, agency, and consultant representation. And I think one of the things that QEMF can do to help, and I really appreciated Rob Tull speaking to this, is improving the communication flow. And that's a two-way street. I think doing workshops with technical as well as the decision makers, whether they're legislative staff, whether they're boards, is really key. And I think QEMF can help facilitate that. We can always do a better job communicating the technical, and again, I appreciated Rob's point on that. I have had those presentations as well, Rob. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think the other thing we can do also is help non-technical folks better understand models. Models are often looked at as a black box, but again, to go back to my former comment, that models are a tool. Ultimately, what we're after here is insights and better decisions, and using the science as well as other factors in making those decisions. Just a few things that I also want to mention that we heard today to get on your radar. The Airborne Snow Observatory that Tara just kind of spoke to. I know SFPUC, so this is an effort a very collaborative effort by NOAA, JPL, SFPUC is involved, and I know DWR has taken a lot of interest in this. It was mentioned earlier, and Aaron spoke to it as well, about improving our understanding of using remote sensing and, you know, understanding the watershed, the snowpack, and the runoff timing better. And again, I think that would help in the short-term, real-time op reliability kind of question. I also, again, want to mention, again, the midterm to the long-term weather kind of forecasting. We need to keep track of that research. We're seeing advances, and again, I think that would be very valuable to many of us in the field. The forecast-informed reservoir operation, or doing a better job around the flood control, again, in conjunction with improved midterm estimates, I believe would be pretty helpful to the water reliability question. Monthly to daily has come up a couple times, and I just wanted to take a second to mention, we've rebuilt our planning model in the last couple of years, and we did go to a daily time step. And we heard that similar thing we heard from the group, I believe it was group 5. We really need to go to a daily time step because that would be a lot helpful for what we do. It took some growing pains for, you know, my customer base, so to speak, who's the consumer of my modeling results, to get used to the daily results and work with those. But we have already seen, just in the 1 or 2 applications we've been able to do, improvements by having a daily time step. And of course, you can always average upwards. But that has really improved the communication between planning and operations, and also understanding some of the system bottlenecks that get masked by a monthly time step. And finally, that's it. I just want to thank you again for your time and for listening.
I'm Julie Zimmerman with the Nature Conservancy. So thanks for having me as part of this panel. I felt like I'm a little bit of an outsider in this workshop, just having the ecological flows perspective, but I've really enjoyed it. I think we don't have enough venues for those of us working on more of the water modeling side and the environmental flows side to get together and talk about our common concerns. I think we have a lot of them, and it's better to integrate and collaborate than to stay siloed. So I've appreciated this. And thanks, Ben, for setting me up on the functional flows. I'll talk a little bit about that. I want to make the point that when we talk about species and ecosystems, they respond to things like functional habitat and food availability and flow cues at key life stages. They don't respond to water. They don't respond to, you know, except for providing those habitat functions. They don't respond to blocks of water directly. Any ecological flows we set are hypotheses, and I think it's good to keep that in mind because we care about ecological outcomes. We don't care about the amount of water, but we often end up in these situations where we're negotiating over an amount, and I think that can lead to negative outcomes because a lot of times you're negotiating over something assuming it's a linear relationship, right, which it usually isn't. And so you express a need based on a hypothesis. Maybe you end up with half of that or less, and it doesn't provide the benefit that you want to see, probably because you don't have anywhere near enough. And then we end up in this kind of negative feedback where we get criticized saying, you know, we've been providing all this water for the environment and it's not doing anything. Well, there's, you know, a lot of reasons why that is the case. So we have hypotheses about the amount of water, but there's lots of interactions with other variables. There's habitat, there's temperature, there's other things that affect the outcomes, but that isn't a reason to say let's not provide it, right? We don't have enough information. We know it's needed. We need to start implementing something based on strong hypotheses and strong evidence, and then see what the outcomes are and measure them. There's been a lot of discussion today about environmental regulations and uncertainty with respect to those. And I was thinking about it, and environmental regulations really, I think, do, and in a perfect world should, reflect changing ecological condition, changing states of information, and then also changes in our values. So I think, yes, there will be changes in regulations moving forward, but I think some of that's predictable or can be predictable if we start to really think about those pieces. And so we can reduce some of that uncertainty by explicitly incorporating some of those factors into our decision making. I also think that changing regulations have something to do with trust. I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service for 5 years before I came back to TNC, and I talked to a lot of people who were working on sage-grouse listing. And during the sage-grouse listing process, there were a lot of people that thought it should be listed, and it ended up not being listed because there was a good collaborative process with ranchers and people that were working the land, and they had a lot of trust and common interests and common goals to go out and do good things for the species outside of the regulatory environment. And I think we could do that here, but you have to trust each other, and we don't have enough of that, I think. And how you get it is maybe through more collaborative processes with clear objectives, and having those objectives be transparent and not hidden. That's how you erode trust, is by keeping those hidden objectives and doing things kind of outside this collaborative space. I think that because species don't directly respond to blocks of water but respond to habitat and these other factors, we need better modeling of what's going on in the river as close to a real-time basis as we can get it. So we've been working on some data sets of unimpaired flow, and like I said before, I think we need better current flow estimates in all streams, regardless of where we have gauges. I think we need to have better ideas of floodplain inundation, where it is, how much gets inundated under what conditions. Some better modeling of connectivity with respect to temperature, flow, temperature, water quality, so we know where fish can move under what conditions, especially during drought and low flow conditions. I remember during the drought, there was a lot of uncertainty about kind of where you're getting disconnected habitats and where we should have curtailments, and if we had better information about that, I think we could have better decision making. We also need better groundwater and surface water interaction modeling, or information about that. I think now we're talking a lot about how do you manage water in a more holistic way, not just looking at river flows independent of groundwater, and I don't think we have a good handle on what that looks like or how to do it. And so I guess my final point here is that the question came up a few times, what does water supply reliability for ecosystems actually mean? And I kind of came into this wondering that myself, because I'd only really heard about it in terms of water supply for human use. I think, to me, after reflecting on it, we have so many competing demands for water, and really you could say that for any one of them. What does reliability mean for any water user, whether that's the environment or municipal or agriculture? I think the only way to get at that question is to clearly define all of our objectives for every use, and then model consequences and trade-offs. If you wanted a reliable water supply for the environment, you would just have 100% natural flow and intact habitat. We know that that would support ecosystem function. You know that you can take some water and degrade habitat to some amount and still have a pretty intact ecosystem, but we don't know really where you hit thresholds. So we need to do a better job of trying to look at those trade-offs. And I think we've taken an approach to environmental flows that tends to be very bottom-up and reductionist. So we're trying to look at flow needs for individual life stages of individual species and then piece them all together, and it looks like they conflict. But if you take a top-down approach, whether it's a percent of unimpaired or functional flows using kind of an unimpaired approach, it's meant to be inclusive of all species and all needs. And so then you don't have to worry as much from an environmental perspective. The drawback is that that would often take more water, and so that's, I think, where the tension is where do you find that balance in between? So the idea is to look at trade-offs of implementing alternative scenarios and then evaluate information, monitor, evaluate information, and improve your decision-making over time. And then finally, I think the thing that really leads to less reliability for all sources are species listings. So if there was a way to support ecosystem function and avoid listing species, I think that would improve reliability as a whole. Okay, thanks.
Okay, what she said. So I'm Tina Cannon-Leahy with the State Water Resources Control Board in the Office of the Chief Counsel, speaking on behalf of myself and not the board. I have to keep saying that. I was sitting here listening to people talk about their background, and I was sort of laughing to myself because my first panel on the Delta was in 1997 as a law student when I had Lester Snow, Laura King Moon, and Gary Bobker come to King Hall at UC Davis to talk about the difficult problems that people were trying to solve in the Delta. So I'm not a cynic. I just know that it's been a, it's a thorny issue, and we've been working on it a long time. I was the attorney, the only Delta attorney for the California Department of Fish and Game for 9 years, which was a great education. And then went to the legislature and was the water policy consultant and got to work on things like the writing of SGMA. And what I find I was in private practice before that, and so what I find funny in looking at these water issues is when I was in private practice, I thought, what's the matter with those agencies that can't get their act together, and why are those laws so complicated? And then I went to an agency and thought, how do they get anything done? Because I think at one point, we were on furlough and we were like pulling our pencils to figure out what our supplies were in the office. So, and then I still thought that those laws were really complex, and then I went to the legislature, so it's been sort of karmic for me. I went there and figured out when you have 120 people trying to decide what it is they're agreeing to, that there's a lot of different interpretations. So that's I like hearing the discussion today about communication, because communication is critically important, and we've talked about that. I do have, since I had the great pleasure of working on SGMA, of course it's near and dear to my heart. The one thing I would say in terms of SGMA is I think this is a brand new thing, right? This is a brand new thing that everybody's working on. So I think there's tremendous opportunity to be thinking about the kinds of information that we would like to be getting out of the SGMA process in terms of moving forward. And Sam Boland-Bryan in our office is great at this, and I hope he doesn't kick me because maybe we're already working on some of that, but I think it's worthwhile for people to be thinking about the kinds of information that they want. The reliability discussion is a really interesting discussion to me. And I've heard wonderful things today. It's really thought-provoking. I think one of the hard things about reliability is, you can have a bad decision that you're very certain of, and a good decision that you're less certain of because you need greater flexibility. And there's always that tension. The other thing that I think about in terms of how we model information is, we always think, we start from the perspective of assuming that things are going to be done exactly the same way for exactly the same thing, right? That's our underlying assumption. We have these uses, this is how we meet them, this is how much water we use for them. And I think it's worth challenging, how do we manage that system for more flexibility? We need to maybe be examining where those opportunities are to bring flexibility into the system and depart from kind of the way that we do it now, which is we sort of go in one direction and then we have a drought as if we've never had that in California, and we run around with our hair on fire. And I think, we really have to get away from that. Part of that is what's been mentioned before, that when we tend to deal with the environment, and this is very difficult because trade-offs are being made, and people are being affected. This is not theoretical when these trade-offs are being made. But what we tend to do with the environment is try to figure out what the absolute minimum thing we could possibly do is going to be. That seems to be what our question that we ask ourselves is, what's the absolute minimum thing we can possibly do? And then that is a huge driver of uncertainty, because we're often wrong, and then something, as I've said before, something else happens, and then we find ourselves back in this loop of running around with our hair on fire. So I think it would be great to think about, in this complex system of California and folks working together, what are the ways that we can address this better? And how do we support each other, either as agencies, as water districts, as individual farmers or communities or cities? I think there's an opportunity there to kind of think about this in a different way than we tend to think about it. So I think that is about all. Oh, transparency. I love transparency. And I've heard discussions today about, are there ways, I'm a tech, I love tech. I would love us to get to a place where we have dashboards. Somebody raised the question, I get inundated by information. I would love to go somewhere and be able to get information that's tailored to me. It seems that is a solvable problem, and it would be great because transparency is how we build trust. Too frequently, what I've seen in the course of my career, and especially in dealing with Delta issues, is things kind of get taken off into a room. And there's a reason for that. There's nothing sinister about it. It's that people feel like they're going to take it off into a room and try to get somewhere in that room and then come back out of that room and sort of engage other people. And frequently, it actually doesn't work. By the time they come back out of that room, the other people are already assuming that that's unworkable. And maybe it is, because only the people in the room have been talking about it, right? So I think there's ways that we can have these conversations. It's funny because what you hear oftentimes when you're dealing with really thorny issues is if people disagree, then the answer is either we don't know enough or we should study it more. And maybe that isn't the answer, right? We need to just kind of come up with maybe some different ways of looking at how we're going to manage things collectively. So I think that's all I will say for now. Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Now there's some questions or comments from the board to the panel that we have.
To have a question?
Always.
What could we do that would be useful? We're going to undertake this review of water supply reliability estimation. What could we do that would be useful to you all and your brethren in this field? Nothing?
I would say explaining some of the assumptions that are being made, and if you see there's areas where that could be improved in terms of how those assumptions are feeding into those estimates, or at least identifying areas of disagreement and maybe why, or how people are approaching it that's different. So then it would be great if people can then kind of understand what their commonalities are and where their differences are, then they can work that out.
I think defining objectives and metrics too, how we would measure reliability for different sectors and what that would look like.
Firm yield? Should be firm yield? Should that be the metric we suggest?
Yeah.
So again, thanks from all of us for the whole day. It's been really great. I wanted to go back to what Tina said at the very end about we too often get to a spot where we say we need more information, we better study it more. You're talking to a bunch of scientists. That's what we always say. We are trying to resist that as much as we can because we feel like when we say we really need to have more research in this area, that we've basically punted, that we haven't said what needs to be done. So any ideas on how we can get away from that trap?
Don't feed our addiction.
Yeah, don't feed our addiction. I mean, Bob Lackey, who's a EPA ex-scientist there in Oregon State now, I had him come and do a presentation at a conference I was organizing, and I wanted him to be provocative, and he said, you scientists are basically, you sell out every time. You get a thorny problem, and then the politicians come back and say, well, we'll give you $5 million to study it, and you say, great, problem solved, we'll come back in 3 years and let you know. People got really pissed, but it's what we are too easily, we do that too easily. So any thoughts on how we could actually come to actions or new approaches without going off for 2 years and studying it more? I'd be curious if you have any examples where you maybe have seen some process by which that can happen.
I think the new frontier, getting away from yield, is really taking some risk. and it is moving into the realm of operational flexibility, and we haven't really defined what that is yet, and takes a lot more work. It takes trust. It takes definitions of criteria, needs, functional needs, etc. But in terms of going forward and realizing we have limited resources and we're constantly doing this balancing act, and everybody feels like they're coming up short, the only way to do it is really to look at the resource as a whole, and from an operational flexibility, how do we take risks and manage things and do a better job of forecasting so that we can make decisions going forward, and combined with the word I haven't heard yet here is adaptive management, in terms of combining the science and learning as we go. And that involves risk. And for any new type of operation, for any new type of regulation, for any new proposed facility, there's going to be risks, and there's potential benefits, and there's potential impacts. And some parties are only going to see benefits, and some parties are only going to see risks. And unless we can come to an agreement that we're willing collectively to take some risk and to move forward within some sort of an operational framework that has some flexibility to test some new things, realizing we may fail, and we may learn, but otherwise we're stuck in the dilemma of we need to collect more data or we're not going to move forward. So I don't like to see operational flexibility as a buzzword, but I think really as we move forward, it's a mechanism for collectively taking a lot of the things that we've been talking about and kind of trying to bring it together so that we can move forward together on something collectively.
And I've been talking about little pieces of this, but there's the field of decision analysis, which really talks about this exactly, where there's a concept called the value of information. You don't go off and study something unless the time and resources you would put into studying it might pay off, because the information might cause you to make a different decision that would result in a much different outcome. So I think using those concepts, really defining the problem, setting objectives, structuring the decision, these are the alternative actions that might be taken, here's how we would evaluate consequences. It's all within an adaptive management framework, but I hesitate to use the term adaptive management anymore because I think it's just thrown around and not implemented the way it should be implemented, but it is essentially that idea.
And sort of following up on that, I think I actually love studies and science and models. But I think the issue is it shouldn't be don't take the action, right? It should be take the action, understand what the risk is and how the risk is spread or shared, or and as you move forward, and this is basically adaptive management, but as you move forward, this is what you should be looking at. This is where, and if there's more study that's needed on that, and we're thinking about that in advance. But I think that's really where we need to head, and that's very helpful to know in terms of when you take an action, what you can do. And where's that creative space? I mean, I really think that exists in California, that creative space. And I heard, I've heard farmers before, but the farmer from Westland says, I have to make a decision based upon that's an economic decision based upon an expectation. So what, it's sort of like what happens, and I don't mean to be putting words in his mouth, but it's like what happens to me if that expectation isn't met. And in we have a, sort of a water system that sometimes says, well, too bad, this one wins and this one loses. But really, do we have to manage like that in our society, or is there some better way? I would like to see those questions analyzed.
I don't think there's too much I could add. A lot of great responses already. One thing I would say is, one thing that perhaps could be helpful is, and Jay, you mentioned interviews. Hopefully, through that process, as part of your review, as part of ultimately, I think there's a report you guys will put together, but. I think a few case studies will be helpful, that where there has been successes, whether that's a methodology or, whether it's certain components of the puzzle, so to speak, to go back to my metaphor earlier, but also within that case study, sidebar, however it works, appendix, failures as well. We need to learn from where we fail, and hopefully, I agree with what Rob was saying too, and I said that a little bit in my wrap-up about risk. In our system, we've done some experimentation, some adaptive management when the risk was relatively low, and then when the stakes got higher, the trust we built and the lessons we learned helped us carry through that stressful period and really kind of work out of the box, so to speak. And so, that's just something I would mention. I think learning from each other, and again, somehow, if we can collate those insights so that we can all do a better job and keep pushing new methods. I just got back from AGU, and I can't tell you how many talks I saw with machine learning. So these new methods, we're generating these really large data sets and advancing and implementing, taking out of the research and putting it into practice some of these advanced, whether it's statistical or advanced technical methods, but also on our side, working on how we can communicate and synthesize that for the decision makers, I think is important. So again, I think case studies are also going to be helpful as part. Thanks.
And I'd like to add, I think I agree with most of what's been said on this question before me, but I'm seeing things a little differently in that I see it, one, as a question of what is water supply reliability and what are we talking about. So we really need to define that. And the studies and the further work I see as ways to reduce the uncertainty associated with those estimates. So I really don't see a problem with trying to get better and better and better at our estimates and continuing to study these things. I know it's a little bit different take. So in the meantime, in the middle space there, we do need to be able to work collaboratively and do some adaptive management the right way. But I also would say I still advocate for doing studies and researching and learning to reduce the uncertainty to the maximum level that we can, at least.
Now, certainly, the water supply reliability estimation is quite critical here. And you guys have been working for a long time and doing an excellent job. Are there any other places where, on this scale, the delta scale, water supply reliability estimates are made as good as you guys? I know that you are the best, but that we can get some examples. For example, on a larger scale, the Bay of Bengal, the Indian satellites and all those things coming up and making estimates about the monsoon rainfall. And they basically do a reasonably good job in estimating the water supplies, predicting, as well as moving resources around. But on the delta scale, are there any other places doing that type of water supply reliability estimates that can be kind of compared or we can get some lessons from?
Guess not.
All right, thank you.
Every big urban system has its own pretty much every big urban system has its own water supply reliability modeling, and certainly in the West, that's the case. Certainly on the surface water side.
But this is a system of systems, right?
Where we have so many people having intertied reliability for all of their compatible and competing uses, we have this sort of nest of all these things going on, more I think than any other place that I'm aware of. I mean, the Colorado River has a bit of this, but it's only over 14 million acre feet a year, if you're lucky. question.
Okay, let's go to the general audience, please, if there's any comments or questions about this. Yes, good.
Will Anderson, I'm an engineer at the State Water Board Division of Water Rates. I just want to put in a plug for long-term baseline monitoring data. It's not really considered sexy anymore to have stream gauges. It's a big toll on long-term budgets, but there's some places where it's glaringly missing. I know that we've made various recommendations, put forth budget change proposals from the Water Board, and it's something that I would definitely want to keep in mind. We've had a mention of where we're measuring unimpaired flows, but flow, temperature, salinity, the basics. I know Rafa over at AWEMA has been looking at this too, but you'd probably be shocked. I don't know, the folks who are constructing Calcium 3 probably have something to say about it too, but I just wanted to put in a plug for that.
And I'll add that TNC just finished an analysis of this. We have a tool out called the Gauge Gap tool. I can send you guys the link if you're interested, but it shows all the stream gauges in the state and then codes stream segments by whether it's a poorly gauged or a well-gauged stream and kind of the miles of streams that are ungauged.
Any other comments? Yes, I'm sorry, Tracy.
No, that's okay. If any more from the audience are fine. One thing, we've just finished our review of water quality, focusing on contaminants and nutrients, leaving aside salinity and temperature and DO. And we've said it here a number of times, we need to consider water quality and the water reliability calculus. And we put it up there as our needs for more studies, more research. But what I haven't heard are what about other aspects of water quality that degrade habitat quality, that degrade the ability of a system to support the ecological function. So, for example, the whole issue of pesticides in the Delta and their impact on the food base, the prey base. I know that we all recognize that. I'm just wondering, is anybody actively working on that? Because if you have a water supply, but it's degraded to the point where it's not providing certain ecosystem functions, I think we are paying good attention to whether the water supply is supporting human uses. But if we're not looking at whether it's providing essential ecological functions, are we working on that in terms of the modeling or not? I'm just curious.
That one? Oh, okay. Haven't really thought of it as in relation to water supply for, like for yield or like having additional, because I'm thinking of it as the concentration. I think of DO, when we model DO, of course you have to have additional flow sometimes for that if there's not, if it's, if you have other substances going into the water that's affecting the DO. So yes, there are modeling aspects going on for different things. We're modeling mercury, not recently pesticides, but in the past pesticides have been modeled, dissolved oxygen, temperature, that type of thing. Organic carbon, which fish like, water supply people don't, so it's kind of got the both sides of it.
Certainly the Contra Costa folks are always looking into a number of those issues for their drinking water supplies.
I just also wanted to ask for more rigorous studies of long-term trends in water supply reliability, because there's a lot of mythology that regulation has decreased water supply reliability. But if you look more closely, and I have, for some systems, I mean, we've always had this very variable system, and to the extent there's changes in reliability, looking at what's really driving that. Is it that we're pushing the reservoirs more? Is it increased outflow needs? We really don't have good, rigorous studies of long-term changes in reliability, and I've seen a certain amount of information that is just not based on accurate historical data. There's a myth, for example, that the CVP had perfect deliveries prior to 1986 or something, and that just isn't borne out. So that's another thing that could be a need. You know, how much is it being impacted by climate change, and how much are we just not acknowledging that we've always had a problem with a very variable climate?
Yes, Ben.
Just to briefly answer on the water quality question, I know in our shop we are starting to do more modeling, as Tara mentioned, on organic carbon, and looking into some other constituents. One of the issues. So on the good side, there are some technological advances that are allowing that now to come into play. Where, some of the problem, or some of the, on the bad side, the flip side is a lot of that kind of data hasn't been regularly collected. There's, disparate or grab sample type data, which is difficult in that we're already going through some rapid changes and some real differences in what's going on. So, we don't have a good sense of what the baseline, so to speak, was. One of the things we're particularly concerned with, as many folks, is, the wildfires and the potential effects on that it could have on water system reliability. And so that's certainly an area we're starting to really put some attention on, and both on modeling and investments in monitoring. But as I mentioned, there's challenges, and we can't get in a time machine and go back and study more to get the baseline. So, I do believe advancing our methods and trying to overcome some of those barriers with characterizing baseline, or how we're doing the comparative studies, are going to be helpful. But I just thought I'd try to take a crack. Yeah, thanks.
Again, anything else from the audience or from the board? I'll turn this back to Jay and remind you that we'll all come back at 5 o'clock to continue more presentations and discussions.
Well, thank you all very much for your putting up with the format of this, with the death march of talks, and certainly this could never have happened without Edmund and Kat's organizational efforts and skills. This required a lot of meticulous organization that those of you that know me know is well beyond my capabilities. And thanks to the board. We're going to be still taking in survey questionnaire responses. So if you haven't responded to the questionnaire on this subject, please do. It has spaces on the survey for you to shovel at us all kinds of web links and reports and things like that you think we should be looking at. And it has places for you to write down your list of things we should be kept busy with and report on and pontificate on, and whatever else you think we need to hear, and suggestions about how we can be useful. We're also be starting sometime, not quite sure yet, we'll be talking about it in the next few days, about how do we organize interviews of people for this review topic. Walter pointed out to me that actually we began this topic maybe more than a year ago with a panel discussion that Walter and Eric raised and several other people were part of. And that's also a very useful document that particularly Maven's notebook picked up a very nice, wonderfully written review of that. So tell us how we can be more useful and help us see that through. So thank you all very much. What else do I need to say? Should I say anything else?